Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee into the 2022-23 supplementary budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners and custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. I also note the anniversary of the 15th anniversary of the Stolen Generations apology, and it's a privilege to be in the building today for that anniversary, and I pay my respects to all those members of the Stolen Generation on behalf of this committee, to all those members of the Stolen Generation who are here in the building today. The committee has fixed Friday the 31st of March as the date for the return of answers to questions on notice. I remind senators that the committee has agreed that any written questions should be lodged with the Secretariat by Friday 3rd of March. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the parliamentary departments, followed by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, you're protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It's also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind all senators that as we continue our work implementing Set the Standard report, as Chair, I will ensure these proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and capacity in which they appear. So good morning, everyone. With all of those formalities done, welcome. I'd like to welcome the President of the Senate, Sue Lines, and the Parliamentary Budget Office. We've got Dr Stein Helgerby and officers of that office. President, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to everyone. No, thank you.
Thank you, President. Mr Helgerby, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Chair, Stein Helgerby, Parliamentary Budget Officer. No, I'm happy to go to questions.
Thank you. I'll give the call to the opposition. Senator Hume.
Good morning. I just have a couple of questions about the online tool and what sort of feedback you've had since you released that tool for consultation.
Thank you, Senator. Can I just confirm the tool you're asking about is called Build Your Own Budget? Is
That's
that the one we're talking about? We released that just before Christmas. Mm-hmm. We had, at the end of January, 1,600 downloads.
Wow. Which
is a number greater than we had anticipated. It's there as a consultation draft, and we are open for another 2 weeks for comment. As at the end of January, we had over 30 people had written in with comments. And I would categorise those as being largely supportive, as in some people didn't quite understand what it was there for, what it was going to do. Most people did and have so far. Most people value it. There have been many suggestions already for could you do this? Could you add that functionality or this functionality? And then there have been suggestions also for how to make the user interface easier. So tomorrow I'll probably put out a reminder that we've got 2 weeks left in the consultation period, and I'm hoping that generates more feedback.
Okay. And what is the PBO's plan for expansion of the tool, if any, at this point in time?
We'll decide that based on what the final round of feedback looks like.
Mm-hmm.
However, it does seem there's a market for this sort of product, in which case we will be looking at a sensible program of enhancements. So adding functionality that is both something that people want and something we can do without breaking the model. Every time you take something big and complex like this thing and produce it in a smaller version, you're going to make trade-offs. And so we have to make sure those trade-offs are sensible. There has been quite a bit of interest on the spending side, and we'll have a good look at that.
Okay. So how does that feed into the other work that the PBO does?
So it's effectively a byproduct. So every year we produce a document called Beyond the Budget, which is our 10-year projections using government data as the baseline, and then we work off that. In order to do that work, which is at an aggregate level, we had to produce models. This thing Beyond Build Your Own Budget is an outworking of that. So it fits very neatly. It's a way of making accessible something we already do. It is intended to be an educational piece, an informative piece. It doesn't produce costings, and we try to be clear about that. But it does provide information, and it does give people a quick answer, whereas going through a formal costing process might be a much longer process.
Do you think it will change the way that people request work from the PBO?
I would like to think it will. So I'm not anticipating it will lead to a much drop-off in total requests, but a lot of what we do is dependent on how well framed the question is that comes our way. And so if people have had the opportunity to kind of play with this thing a little bit, our expectation is over time we will get people coming to us with questions where they already have roughly an idea what it's going to look like and how it's going to work, to a greater degree than now.
Excellent. That's all I had, Chair.
Senator Sheldon?
No, Senator Stewart.
Senator Stewart.
Sorry, get my self together here.
I'm not sure we... Oh, actually, it's me, which is fine. May I ask very quickly what your current staffing levels are, please?
Yes, Chair. So as at the 31st of December, we had a headcount of 43 and a full-time equivalent of a bit over 41. Now, in a non-election year, we would budget 1 or 2 higher than that, but that's where we're sitting at the moment.
What's your staff turnover been for the last year or so?
Well, I might just explain. In the last year, we had an election year where we staff up to 51.
Yeah.
And then we drop back down again. So it will be quite a high turnover because we're actually dropping down. But I'm not sure if we can adjust for that. Can we?
We could take that on note.
Yeah,
Amanda Bruce, Assistant
you.
Parliamentary Budget Officer. We could take that on notice if that's helpful. If I could just add a contextualising comment. Our turnover is typically higher than APS agencies because when a staff member leaves and goes to the APS, so for example, to Treasury or Finance, that's counted as a separation from the PBO, whereas within APS agencies, a move like that is not counted as a separation. So the number will be higher than the average, if that makes sense.
And I'm assuming you do want to see that it's helpful to you as an office to have some of that movement between agencies and the Parliament. So I just want to underscore, have you investigated whether there might be any other reasons underlying staff turnover, and what do you do to ensure retention of staff and job satisfaction?
So, like I said, we have to see staff move in between an election year and now, but we always try and understand what an individual's motives are. Usually it is career progression. Often it is I've come to the end of a cycle, and in our case the election is the cycle. Come to the end of a cycle and it's time for me to move on. And so typically if someone spent 3 years plus with us, we would say that's a pretty full period with us.
For the record, Chair,
Yes, and it's a callback.
you mentioned a high of 51. What would you call your, let's call it normal,
About 44.
about 44? So
Yeah.
there's a variation of staffing levels during a election period?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So if you just extrapolate that difference of 7 across, express that in percentage terms, you're going to get a high percentage number comes back.
I just thought it was important to...
Yeah.
Thank you. Perhaps you might have a look at how many stay for a full 3 years. Can I ask how you as the PBO work to ensure a diverse and inclusive workplace?
So, Senator, I might give you some statistics to start with.
Yeah.
So we are 60% female as at the 31st of December. We do have a small number of people who identify with disabilities. We have about 30+% whose country of birth is other than Australia. We have almost 40% who speak a language other than English at home. We try to encourage the diversity of our staff. We have staff consultative forums. We have and we participate in other processes that operate across Parliament. So, for example, the RAP champions, we participate in that. We participate in other inclusion activities as appropriate, and we look for opportunities as well.
Thank you. Can I ask in particular about flexible staff working arrangements, unpaid leave, part-time work, start and finish times, and incentives for staff progression, please?
So I would say we're pretty strong on all of those areas. We're very flexible about start times. We have a number of people, including senior people, who work part-time or who work flexible hours, including some of my colleagues in the room here, without wanting to get into specifics. And we do have senior people who work fractional hours, and that's reflected throughout the organisation. In terms of progression, we run competitive merit-based processes all the way through. We're running them at the moment. And in doing that, we encourage applications from all parts of the community. So we apply broad public sector processes.
Thanks. You're a bit of a hybrid in that context. I would be interested in the profile of the PBO in terms of part-time work, etc., relative to other parts of the Parliament, but I don't want to, in doing that, ask it in a way to make it onerous to answer. So,
Chair, I could give you a number, if you like, right now. So at the moment, 13% of our staff are part-time.
okay.
And that's at the 31st of December.
Maybe I will. Senator Lyons, President, is it possible to get that figure for the whole of the Parliament in terms of the number of staff that are part-time? And I don't know if I ask that in DPS or elsewhere.
Do you mean DPS? Or do you mean,
The Senate as a whole, quite well. There'll be different departments, I guess. So there'll be the
Department
Senate,
of the
there'll be
Senate and
DPS.
DPS?
Yeah, and I imagine a skill, probably the Department of the Senate's a good one for a comparison.
We could certainly do it for the Department of the Senate, but obviously I'll take that on notice. But when the clerk comes, he may have those figures.
That's terrific. Are there any further questions for the Parliamentary Budget Office? Okay. Thank you very much for the work that you do on our behalf. Sorry, I'm stealing yours. Well, good morning, everyone. I welcome the Department of Parliamentary Services. We've got Ms Kate Saunders, the Deputy Secretary, our President, Senator Sue Lyons, Dr Diane Herriot, the Parliamentary Librarian, and Mr James Lawson, the Chief Information Officer. And do we not have Mr Rob Stefanik today?
Yes, you have, Senator.
Oh, good, there you are. You just don't have a sign.
Name sign. Here it is.
Thank you.
My apologies.
That's all good. Mr Stefanik, do you want to make an opening statement this morning?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Would coalition senators like the call for questions? Senator Hume.
Thank you. I have some questions for DPS around some of the work that's been done to progress some of the Jenkins recommendations, particular recommendation 26, which is around the Parliamentary Health and Wellbeing Service. What work has the department done in relation to the implementation of that recommendation and the review?
Thank you, Senator. So the first order of business for us was to initiate a feasibility study. That feasibility study was completed at the end of November last year. It made a range of recommendations based around physical, mental, pharmaceutical and wellbeing categories. The physical recommendations focused around telehealth service. The mental was looking at the provision of EAP services, employee assistance programs, and how aligning the services provided across different agencies, because each has a different provider with different arrangements. The pharmaceutical category made recommendations around enhancing the pharmaceutical dispensing service we currently provide. So DPS has contracts with 2 local pharmacies to fulfil scripts at Parliament House. So there was recommendations about how we can enhance that. It also recommended providing vending machines within Parliament House that would provide 24/7 access to essentials like like Panadols or Nurofen or sort of essential pharmaceuticals like that. So we are progressing that. And then there's also centralised promotion of wellbeing services generally, so better promotion of our gym and the services it provides, enhancing some of the classes we provide also with a view to wellbeing, and also looking at the menus we provide in the staff dining room to provide some more healthier options there. So the things that don't have much of a cost implication, we are progressing quickly. Things such as the telehealth service, for example, has a significant cost implication, and we currently have a funding proposal in for that. So we'll look forward to introducing that once we have confirmation.
Has the idea of a GP in Parliament House been considered? Is that one of the options you've looking at?
It has. So the consultants that DPS engaged were actually two practitioners that have a strong awareness of GP services, particularly within the ACT. They did look at the likelihood of being able to attract a GP. The advice was it would actually be difficult because of the stop-start nature of the population. Obviously on sitting days the population is much smaller within the bill. Non-sitting days the population is much smaller than it is on sitting days. So it may not be viable for a GP to set up. There is of course the possibility of a locum type service, which may still be something we look at down the track. But I think Ms Saunders might be able to clarify any of the detail, but on balance the advice was that approach to telehealth was the preferred approach.
Okay. And the EAP, how is the EAP that you're proposing there different to what already exists?
The recommendation actually looked at consolidating to one EAP provider. So that would be DPS, Department of the Senate, Department of the Reps, Prime Minister and Cabinet and Department of Finance all being under one umbrella. That has logistical issues given the arrangements, and also from an appropriation point of view it's a little bit more complex to manage. But from what I understand is each of those agencies currently have slightly different arrangements in terms of access to the EAP providers. I'm not privy to what those differences are, just that isn't it isn't comparing apples with apples across the various providers.
So, but I'm assuming that whatever it is that you implement then will replace what's already there, or will somehow consolidate the service. Is that right?
The current discussion amongst those of us on the working group are that we, make the minimum what is currently the highest standard. So we bring everyone else up to that level of agreement to ensure that there is that consistency.
Okay. Just to sort of clarify an earlier question, the idea of the GP, is that off the table now?
It may not be, I guess, depending on the outcome of the funding request. There may be an option we still need to pursue.
Okay. Can I ask, is the department costing each one of these options now?
The report provided estimates of costs of each of the services, and it's those costs we've used as the basis for the funding proposal.
Okay. And is the department intending on having options considered in the context of the 23-24 budget?
Yes.
And do any of the options considered have capacity for sort of, for remote access for electorate offices as well outside of Canberra and major cities?
Yes, specifically. So one of the, sorry, I should have mentioned this earlier, the benefit of the telehealth service means that DPS would be able to provide a service across all electorates as well as Parliament House. So it's not just constrained to the people that are in Canberra during sitting periods.
And all of these options that are being proposed here, they've been discussed and developed in conjunction with presiding officers?
Yes.
Can I ask, there was this consultation period that was conducted last year. Did you talk about, you know, when the information came back, was it divided up into what staff saw as priorities versus other people in the building versus, you know, parliamentarians versus, you know, how did you sort of categorise the results that came back?
The consultants took a fairly broad cross-section of people that they surveyed. I don't think Ms Saunders has got a bit more detail in terms of the work they did, but they tried to get a cross-section of points of view, I guess, to inform what would be suitable, I guess, depending on whether you're a parliamentarian, parliamentary staffer or parliamentarian staff.
And did you see that there was a big difference in responses for each cohort as to what their priorities were?
I don't think the report went into that level of detail.
No, it didn't, Senator. No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Senator Sheldon, and then I'll go to Senator... Oh, yeah, sorry, Senator Stewart. Can I just, for quickly, are you going to another committee? Are you seeking to get out of here quickly, Senator Pocock? Because I can... When do you need to go next? Great. Senator Stewart, you can go next.
Thank you. I think our security team do a great job, but there's always room for some improvements. I've got a couple of questions that go to that point, if that's okay. So when a staff member's employment finishes with a senator or an MP, what steps are taken by DPS to stop the former employee's access to the Parliament building?
So when we are advised, as you would be aware, Senator, Department of Finance manages the actual staffing arrangements, and when the Department of Finance advises DPS of that cessation of employment, the advice is provided to the security branch, and then the security branch will then disable that access from the date of cessation.
Okay, so the Department of Finance notifies you and then you cancel their passes?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you rely entirely on Department of Finance contacting you to cancel passes?
Yes, we do, because otherwise we wouldn't be aware of the cessation. There is if someone doesn't return to Parliament House within, I think the time is 180 days, by default their pass may disable. It doesn't cancel their pass, it just stops working for a period of time, and then security branch can re-enable it once they contact security, but the pass otherwise wouldn't be cancelled unless that advice was provided.
Okay. And are you concerned that parliamentarians might have forgot to notify DPS or Department of Finance about the staff members' employment stopping with them?
If we are advised, if someone turns up and their pass stops working, the security staff on the point will advise them that they need to go back to their supervisor, whoever is the sponsor of their pass, to clarify what the circumstances are.
Okay. Are you at all concerned that former staff who no longer are employed in senators or MPs' offices might still have access to the building?
It certainly would be a concern. Once the authorisation is revoked, they shouldn't have access. I know that there is circumstances where staff move between offices, and that may be a rationale why someone may still be in the building. I know in some circumstances people that have ceased being staff later have a sponsored pass as well, so they do have a pass of some sort. But in theory, if the advice has been provided through Department of Finance and through the security branch, they should no longer have access if there is no authorisation. Yeah, I might ask Ms Saunders to add some more detail.
Kate Saunders, Deputy Secretary. So just two things to add to that. In addition to the responsibility of the Department of Finance, the pass holders also have a responsibility to let the security team know that they'll no longer be requiring a pass. So there is an obligation on the pass holder. But we also have an additional control. So as well as the 180-day deactivation point, which is a control to prevent exactly what you're referring to, there is a rolling audit that's conducted by security branch. So they routinely actually perform another check independently to make sure that passes are all still required.
Okay. 180, I feel like there's a lot that can go wrong in 180 days, but and to the, so there's the cancellation of people's passes when they're no longer employed, the physical card that people have, so so they can have a the card can be, the access can be cancelled, but they still have a physical card which might still be valid for, on it it'll say it's still valid for an amount of time. Is there a process for returning those cards, like their actual cards to?
Leanne Tunnelly, Assistant Secretary, Security Branch. So the process of actually returning them, so in the system, they are deactivated by the pass office on receipt of that notification. As when they do hand them in, the pass office do collect those and acknowledge receipt of them, and they are destroyed appropriately through that process. So there is a process from that side of things as well.
But the passes themselves don't have any value. So, for example, if they're lost and deactivated, the fact that they've got a picture still on it doesn't give it any validity, because it still has to register with our system. And if the system rejects it, then they're not permitted access.
I've got a question about that a bit later. You mentioned that it's on the staff member as well to return, or sorry, to notify when they're no longer working for a senator or an MP. What's the primary source of being notified that somebody's no longer employed? Is it through Department of Finance, or do staff members notify themselves? Or former staff members, sorry, I should say.
I would say the most likely, or the most common way of doing it is through the Department of Finance's notification process. So we do rely on that process heavily.
Yep, okay. Do you have a number for how many cancel cards have not been returned to DPS? So I suppose the first question is, are they required to? And then what's the number of cards that are have not been?
We can take that on notice, Senator. I'm anticipating it would be quite a number. There would be, for example, I might use the election as an example. There might be staff that were in electorate offices in different states that may have had the pass, which is now inactive, and have perhaps just not returned it. So I imagine particularly around those times there would be quite a lot of passes not returned.
And is there a process for following that up, or?
Or following up to see if
Following up.
passes haven't been handed back. Well, the audit that I was referring to, Senator, is a strong control, and as the Secretary was saying, the control is a strong one because it is an automated process. So rather than reliance on a pass that's a physical pass with a photo, the control is actually driven through the system. So regardless of whether you've got a pass, if it's not active, you cannot enter the building.
But for me, I'll give you a scenario. So you might, a former staff member who still has a card that's cancelled but has their photo on it the expiry is not until later on this year, could be signed in as a visitor by somebody else in this building from another office that they're visiting. As soon as they're in the building, they could take off their visitor pass and whack on their former staff pass and still walk around this building.
They wouldn't be able to go from the private to the public areas and back again.
Okay.
They'd be prevented, so they wouldn't be able to just move through the building. They wouldn't be able to go from a public area into a private area because they would need to hold their pass against the card reader and they would be stopped at that point
Yep.
because the card's not active.
Okay, so you're confident that that measure is enough to stop people from coming into the building with a cancelled pass, but walking around like they're still active staff members?
I am confident, Senator. I mean, I myself, coming through the security point, have seen the security staff notify people that their passes, are no longer working. It makes a loud noise. It's clearly been a rejection of entry into the building. And then, a process follows where people will need to be signed in by a pass holder in order to gain entry.
I note the point that you raised, Senator, about being signed in as a visitor. So the pass holder who's signing in, that person as a visitor takes responsibility for them as an unescorted visitor. And if someone is found to be wandering with an inactive pass but pretending that they are authorised, it's a matter that would need to be taken up with that pass holder, or if someone is aware of it, to advise security branch, and then they can then pursue with the sponsor of the visitor, because it's against our policy for a visitor to wander about unescorted.
And what are the repercussions for the member or the person who signs somebody in as a visitor, but then they can roam around?
So if it's a parliamentarian that has signed them in, DPS would typically, say in the case of a senator, would advise the usher or the sergeant for the House of Reps, and then presumably it's a discussion between the presiding officer and the usher or sergeant.
Thank you. And just a couple more questions from me. On the topic of visitor security cards, they're paper. And I feel like we've all had visitors come to the building where those cards have broken. Is that best practice to have paper visitor cards for security?
They're not. What you've just pointed out, Senator, is they're not ideal, and we are currently looking at a replacement system for those.
Okay. What's the replacement system that you're looking at? If you're allowed to say.
Yeah, so it would be I'm probably jumping well ahead, and the tech people are probably going to hate me. But the idea would be
we won't tell anybody.
to automate a lot more of it, so that the registration process is a lot faster, and also I presume it would result in a printout that would be applied to some sort of medium that would be a bit more durable than the paper that they currently get.
And have you looked at other, like a parliament or government buildings that have a similar thing? Like, how did you land on this one in particular?
It is a tricky one because most government buildings don't have the volume that we have. So whatever system we implement has to move very quickly. As you would have seen on sitting day, the queuing is already a little bit tricky, and which is another reason why the current system is a little bit slow. Obviously, systems that are used by clubs and that process people a lot quicker is one of those systems we're looking at. And they usually use ID as a method of processing. So there are systems out there. It's just coming up with something that works with our policies. I don't know whether the CIO might have anything further to add there.
Hi, Senator. James Lawson, Chief Information Officer. Not a great deal extra to add, but just building on what the Secretary said, we are looking at our card management system at the moment. We're working very closely with colleagues in Security Branch on capabilities for that system, including guest access or sign-in access. We're also looking at some of the characteristics, I guess, of the current system that the Secretary spoke of around the time it takes to swipe a card and enter the building, noting that the technology that we use at the moment is very secure. There's a range of different technologies out there in the card management and the access space, so, but we're exploring options as part of a project at the moment.
Thank you. And if I've got a couple more minutes, Chair, I have a couple of questions about the ministerial wing entrance. Is that okay? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I've been informed that currently the above-ground entrance to the ministerial wing is closed. There is a sign advising the entrance is closed temporarily. How long has the entrance been closed for? How long has the temporary been?
So the entry has been closed since July last year. So the entry is still able to be utilised on request. And we do that from time to time on request to meet those requests.
Perhaps I might preempt the next question, Senator. The reason why is we are unable to staff the point. During COVID, we had a normal turnover, but we were unable to recruit and onboard sufficient staff to keep up with the turnover levels. As part of the training that Security Branch do, there is a lot of hands-on training, so the physical component was just not possible to do. And we've basically been conducting rolling recruitments since that time to try to fill the numbers, but we're still short of the number of people we need to make sure that all points are staffed. So when we run our recruitment processes, we need to apply a standard. We need to make sure that the people who do who we do on board have the capability. And sometimes the recruitment actions are not very successful. So you may only end up with half a dozen candidates. Sometimes you may get 20 people. It's difficult to judge depending on the rounds. But we have another round that we are due to advertise, I think, before the end of the month to onboard the next round of trainers. I don't know if Ms Saunders has anything further to add.
I was just going to say it actually doesn't stop. So we're just continually recruiting into our security function. And one of the other impediments during COVID was that a lot of people relocate to Canberra. And so to get people to be able to move interstate during COVID lockdowns was impossible. And so that also created this gap that we have in our staffing.
Thank you, and I certainly appreciate your diligence when bringing people on board. It's absolutely critical. Did you want me to?
You had the call for 15 minutes or so. I'm happy to let you conclude, or depends how much long.
I've only got, well, I can do 2 more questions to finish off this bit, then I can put the rest on.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
So just wondering when, I know that I understand that you're constantly recruiting, but when might that entrance reopen?
So we do, if there is a particular purpose, we do reopen the entrance. So for example, if there's a, say, guest of government visit, we arrange the opening of it. So it's not closed permanently, but as a normal, if I might call it pedestrian access, it's closed during the day. But we will aim to reopen that as soon as we physically can manage it.
Okay. And final question before I hand over. Who did DPS consult before they closed the entrance?
I recall a conversation with the presiding officers at the time. I don't know whether Ms Saunders or Ms Tunningley might have more.
We also consulted with the Department of Finance, the AFP, and the sergeant and the usher were involved in advising the POs as well at the time.
I might make that clear as the previous presiding officers too, not the current presiding officers.
Thank you. I'll leave my questions there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Mr Stefanik and team. I'm just keen for an update on the ground floor library. So you closed since December for building works. Just interested to hear what those building works are.
Thank you, Senator. I'll be deliberately vague. It is mainly because of the security considerations around it, but I'm happy to talk with you more off public record. But in summary, there is a need for additional secure meeting facilities within the building, and the most appropriate place we had identified was within the location of an existing secure facility, and that happened to be alongside the library reading room. DPS was approached by ASIO and ONI to identify a space for the construction of such a facility, and we worked with the presiding officers at the time to locate an appropriate space. The works are currently underway. The majority of the material that was in the library reading room is now on level 2 in the main library, and I perhaps might let Dr. Herriot talk to the detail around that. So the majority of the services that were available in the library reading room are available on level 2. We anticipate that the work around the secure meeting space should be complete around the middle of the year. Work is currently underway for, so the remainder of the space, so not all of the space will be taken up with the new facility. There will be a library reading room reinstated on that floor. It will just have a smaller footprint. So that process of design is currently underway. I don't yet have a delivery time frame for the reinstatement of the ground floor reading room at this point.
Thank you. And what's the cost of this renovation?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, Senator. I have to take it on notice. The costs are being borne by ONI. And
so just to confirm, mid-year it's expected the ground floor library will reopen?
No. The stage 1 of the works will be completed mid-year. At this point, I don't know when the reading room itself will reopen. I would endeavour to hope it's completed before the end of the year. I just couldn't, I don't have the information at this point to be able to say with any level of confidence.
Do you know the size of the new ground floor library?
It does, the dimensions do exist. I don't have them off the top of my head. I could take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the decision making to do that, apart from the presiding officers, what's the process to change something like the ground floor library?
So there's quite a number of stakeholders involved in that process. So obviously it requires the presiding officers to agree to allocate the space, which occurred in the previous Parliament. ONI is responsible for the design and the consultation with the users. So I believe consultation has occurred with representatives from Prime Minister and Cabinet, Department of Finance. I know I was involved in some discussions with the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Security and Intelligence, and of course DPS, because we are responsible for the management of the contracts for the actual construction of the facility.
Thank you. And who will those secure meeting rooms be for? Who will have access to them?
So they will be, so they'll have a broad purpose similar to the existing Parliament House briefing room. So they'll be accessible to any parliamentarians for the purposes of viewing documentation, I guess, anything that would be classified as protected or higher.
Thank you. And can I now go to the Parliamentary Library? At the last estimates, you heard how you were struggling to recruit for the library. Just interested in how many new recruits there are, where that's up to.
We've had very successful, I'm pleased, sorry, Diane Herriot, Parliamentary Librarian, I apologise. We've had very successful results from our initial bulk recruitment rounds. So we've, as of last week, I think, we have we've made around 30 appointments, and some of those were internal promotions or confirmations of people who were on non-ongoing employment. So we have around 19 new staff. I know 19 is not an approximation, around 20 new staff. And there were a number of positions we couldn't fill, around 6, which will go to targeted recruitment for, but we may pace that until we onboard some of our current cohorts. So it was a very good outcome from our recruitment rounds, and they're starting to come on board over the last couple of weeks.
Thanks, Dr. Herriot. Is that 20 net new staff, or are some of them just replacing people who had left for various reasons?
I think we started, with about 10 vacancies. So of the 30, 10 were existing vacancies and 20 were new, but they're not necessarily the new staff, if you know what I mean. We could have had people promoted into existing vacancies. So,
do you have an idea of the net increase in staff since
20.
Since the election last year?
I've got myself totally confused with figures now. But we had 30 out of the recruitment round. I'd have to go back to look at the numbers as of the election. I'm sorry.
And in terms of requests to the library, has there been an increase this term? Can you give us an idea of the numbers of requests that the library's seeing?
We haven't noticed a large increase in total numbers year to date since the previous financial year. So as at the end of January, we had 5,114 jobs completed. We had around the same number last year, was less than a % increase this year. What we have been putting much more additional resources to has been into the preparation of Bills Digest, so that they have been issued in time for first chamber debate, and that's where our sort of discretionary, well, not discretionary, but that's where the additional resources has been focused. But we haven't been, there hasn't been a spike consistently over the period in client jobs.
Great. And so with the additional 20, are you fairly comfortable with resourcing of the library? It's just sort of sustainable in terms of work for staff and maintaining the culture in there?
I believe so. I think that the library is well placed to go forward. It's been quite a while since we've had such a new cohort of staff start, and talking to them at their induction sessions, it's been great. We've started up a new coordination unit to deal with sort of complex multi-part jobs in a more harmonious manner, and also to handle a number of our sort of more common high volume requests. And that new unit will bed itself down over the coming months. We only sort of officially stood it up on the 30th of January. So it will be I think we're very well placed as people start to come on board, but some staff have only started a few days ago, so it will take a while for them to come up to speed.
Well, thanks for the outstanding work you do. Much appreciated.
Senator McGrath, Senator Hume.
I might just follow up on Senator Pocock's questions about the ground floor reading room. So I get confirmation, please, that the space that's been taken away from the library is solely being used for these secure rooms. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I think, and it's going to take to the end of this year before the reading room, rebirthed as a smaller space, is going to be made available to Parliament House. I'm just going to say that seems quite a long time.
Yeah, that's my best estimate, Senator. We're moving as quickly as we can. We've engaged a design team to redesign the library reading room. The design team involved actually has links to the original design of Parliament House. They were actually a stakeholder. I did neglect to mention, following Senator Pocock's question, of course, one of the consultation points for us is the moral rights administrators in the design of Parliament House. Specifically, those people are Pamela Berg and Harold Guider. We work closely with them whenever there are proposals for change of the building. So the design for the new reading room will be consistent with the design language within the building. So that's obviously a considered process to ensure that it doesn't look out of character with the building itself. So those sort of things take a little bit of time to deliver. But at this point, I just don't have an end date to that project. But I know we're not wasting any time in progressing it.
And the secure room or rooms, they're going to be available for all parliamentarians to use in relation to briefings. Is that correct?
Yes, specifically the primary purpose, I guess, is for ONI and ASIO to work with the committees and to provide advice to the executive and any parliamentarians that need to receive security and intelligence advice. For meetings of the PJCIS, of course, and sort of related purposes, that it'll be accessible to DPS to use if we do have material we need to discuss or consider that is at protected level or higher.
Okay. I've got another question, line of questioning.
Yes, so do I.
Or you want to go to...
I just want to follow up on a question that Senator Stewart was asking. You mentioned that there's a proposal on updated signings. Can I just ask when that's going to the House or Senate committees?
Sorry, I missed the question, Senator.
You mentioned that there was a proposal on the updated sign-in.
Right.
You were talking to Senator Stewart about. When's that proposal going to go to the House or Senate committees, appropriate House or Senate committees?
I think once we establish, so because it's at early stages, Senator, once we establish what the design of that looks like, before it goes into production, we will at that point do the relevant consultation to make sure there's no concerns around privilege in the implementation of that system. But it will occur. I just can't give you a time frame at the moment.
Okay, all right. Can I ask a question too about another one of the Jenkins Review recommendations around access and inclusion, which was recommendation 9. I'm just after an update on the current progress towards the implementation of that recommendation, specifically though, what proposals have been considered for or have been developed for consideration?
Yes, thank you. Perhaps I might kick off and Ms Saunders might be able to add further information. DPS has engaged the Australian Network on Disability to conduct a dignified access review, which will look across the entire complex with a view to reasonable and practical changes that need to be made to improve accessibility. I know Senator Steele-John at the last estimates raised a question about the policy level. DPS does have an access inclusion plan, which was developed in consultation with the Australian Network on Disability. So we are using that as a template for discussion. There's a broader parliamentary access and inclusion plan. The department heads and I have agreed to assemble a working group, which we're calling out the Access and Inclusion Champions Group. That group met for the first time last Friday with a view to advancing the policies and procedures around access and inclusion.
And it's not just for those with disabilities, it's also for young families and prams and all that sort of thing as well.
Yes, it's a broader inclusion review.
Okay. And has the Minister or presiding officers been provided with a briefing on any proposals yet?
No, not at this stage.
Right. I just have one more line of questioning, then I'll turn back to Senator McGrath around the marvellous art collection that is managed on behalf of the Australian public that we have here. I'm not entirely sure whether the right people are at the table, but I just wanted to know whether, well, how many pieces, first of all, that does the department currently hold in the 4 collections, which I believe are the Art Craft Program, those that are commissioned for Parliament House, the Historic Memorials Collection, the Official Gifts Collection and the Rotational Art Collection. Do you have a catalogue of the number of pieces that we have?
I understand there's around 6,000.
6,000, wow. And do you list all those pieces by price? And if so, are they at the original purchase price or are they revalued?
I'll have to take that on notice, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We do get the collection revalued regularly, but I'm not sure about individual pieces.
And is that, those revalues, are they currently, are they publicly available?
I have to go to ask the CFO that.
The valuations occur every few years. I might perhaps ask the Assistant Secretary for our finance branch may be able to assist. The value of the collection is around about 125 million.
Yes.
And it is not every single piece is valued during those intervals. The valuers, I guess, look across the collection and then make a judgment as to whether the value has gone up or down in that time. But I might ask Craig to...
Craig Dalzell, Assistant Secretary Finance. So, Senator, we revalue all our assets on a rolling cycle. So a full revaluation is done of asset classes each year. Last year it was land and buildings. This year it's then furniture and assets. The following year is probably going to be art collections. And then in the intervening years we do book type movements in the asset to make sure that the value that we're representing is correct and things haven't moved. When we look at something like the art collection, the way in which we interact with the valuer is we actually will give them the full inventory of the art that we hold, and they will look at the art pieces, not necessarily at an individual level, but they will stratify the collection into groupings and apply market parameters, market comparisons to be able to derive what the value of each of those pieces are. And then what we then do is we'll update the asset register with what the movement in the value has been.
And how are new pieces purchased? Do they purchase sort of within that envelope? So if you say, right, well, our art is worth $125 million, is it, and we'd like to buy something new, so we sell some things and buy other things? How does it work?
No, the valuation is not related to the acquisitions. So acquisitions are, we make recommendations to the Art Advisory Committee, which will approve or otherwise the nominated acquisitions. And the Secretary also has an ability to approve minor acquisitions.
So who sets the budget for new acquisitions?
The Art Advisory Committee.
Who's on the Art Advisory Committee?
The presiding officers and their deputies, and there's an advisor from the National Gallery.
So they're the ones that select the prospective artworks for purchase?
The artworks are recommended for purchase by our art collections team, and they make decisions about which ones should be should be purchased for accession.
Okay. On notice, can you provide a list of the amounts that have been budgeted and spent in the last 10 years on artwork purchases? That would be terrific. And can I ask about the collection loan pieces and how you go about loaning to other galleries? What's the process for that? Does it provide any revenue? Is that?
No, we would normally not. It's not a revenue stream, but we are regularly approached for artworks to be on short-term or longer-term loan, and we cooperate to the extent we're able. So we have, for example, led some to the National Gallery recently to be part of its Cressida Campbell exhibition. We have items on long-term loan in the cultural institutions.
Okay. And what about the preservation of some of the art that we have in the building? How much is allocated to preservation in a typical year?
I'm sorry, I'll have to take that on notice.
That's all right.
I should know that, but I can't remember the figure.
No, that's okay. And the rotation that we have in the building, so how long does the rotation process take, or is it something that is constantly done?
Do you mean the rotation in the circulation areas?
Yes.
That's a fairly regular process based on, in some cases, the need of the work to be rested if it's a work on paper, and also the desirability of enlivening the corridors by creating some variety, whether some items are requested for suites, or whether they're requested for, or whether they're relevant for exhibitions. So they do change reasonably regularly.
Just when you do that, loaning out to places outside of the building, who bears the cost for that?
I'll have to check that. I believe it's the borrowing institution.
Right. Okay. And
I'll correct that if it's not the case.
Okay. Can I just ask too, how many staff are in the art services team in the department, and how many people are on the advisory committee?
So I believe we have around 22
staff,
22 positions in the art collections team, plus a number of casual art handlers.
Right. Plus the handlers. Yep.
Yeah, we have a number of casuals.
Yep. And how many people are on that advisory committee?
Do you mean the Art Advisory Committee?
Yes.
So there's the presiding officers and the deputy presiding officers, there's the secretary of DPS, and there's an advisor from the National Gallery.
An advisor from the National Gallery.
Yes.
So there's actually only one art expert on that committee, is that right?
That's correct.
Well, sorry, I mean, I don't mean to cast aspersions on your abilities, but somebody that is actually specifically trained in art management, curation, collection.
Yes, the advisor from the National Gallery is a senior officer of the National Gallery, and then they provide advice on the quality of the work to ensure that it's appropriate for accession into Parliament House.
So the art collections team will make recommendations, and they will review the recommendations and talk to the committee during the meetings about the nature of them.
So the 22 staff that we have that are on the art services team are not involved at all in the purchase of new art?
Oh, no, sorry.
Advice to the art advisory committee?
They are, yes, sorry, I obviously wasn't clear. They make recommendations to the art advisory committee for acquisitions. And then, of course, they carry out the actual acquisition once it's been ticked. So yes, the art collections team make a series of recommendations to the Art Advisory
Right,
Committee.
but there's no one from that team that is actually on the advisory committee, is that right?
No, it's part of the Secretariat.
Right, okay, all right. Thank you, that's it.
I've just got one question, sorry. Just in terms of the parliamentarians' devices that are provided to us, iPads and phones and so forth, how safe are they in terms of, over, say, the last year, how many attempts of hacking have there been of parliamentarian sort of mobile devices, but also here at Parliament House? Is it a safe tech workplace?
Senator, it's there's a few elements of your question to answer there. So, in terms of the devices themselves, it's difficult to respond to how safe are they. We have a range of cybersecurity controls in place to manage and protect the data that's on the devices. So, from the corporate perspective, quite safe. We have layered controls in our environment. We also have a dedicated and highly skilled cybersecurity branch within my division that monitors and responds to any intrusions as well. I think, I guess, most senators are probably aware, but there's a ever-evolving cyber threat landscape, and so Parliament House is of particular interest to malicious cyber actors. So there's constant attempts, I suppose is the simplest way to describe it, to breach our networks and to make targeted attacks against us.
Would you say it's in the last 6 months? Is it in the hundreds, or is it in the thousands, or the millions?
You did say this is going to be a quick question, but you're opening up
I'm being very quick.
entirely new line when I did say I would give.
No, but can you just quantify it all that's possible?
Senator, so what I will do is I'll take that question on notice, and as part of taking it on notice, I'll just determine the suitability of providing that information in an open forum, but we'll get that statistic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Senator Jordan Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. So point 4.7 of your accessibility and access plan states that one of the actions is to build capacity of recruiting managers and team members to support employees with a disability. I'm just wondering, does this include disability employment training specifically?
Senator, yes, we do have specific disability employment training. We have 2 courses. I can't remember their names off the top of my head, but I'll be able to find that for you quickly.
Okay.
Yes.
And they're for
yes,
managers and for team members?
Yes. Yes,
Right.
absolutely.
Okay.
And then we also have had specific training for teams and managers where we've had a new employee in our customer service team who has commenced as part of a agreed program with an external provider supporter. And we've actually conducted their training to introduce that staff member into our employment.
And of the managers that DPS has, what percentage of those managers have undertaken the training?
I'll need to take that on notice and come back to you with
Okay.
it. We've also ensured that that training is mandatory for certain sections as well within our departments, not mandatory throughout the department at this stage, but for staff who work in our customer service front-facing roles, that training is compulsory. They must do it.
So in the customer service roles you must do it, but it isn't compulsory beyond?
That's correct at this stage, yes.
Why is that?
Senator, at the time that our AIAP was written, we were focusing on how we were, I guess, welcoming and supporting people with a disability into Parliament House. We're definitely maturing, and we've matured from when that AIAP was written with the Australian Network on Disability back in 2019. So part of that is an expansion of our diversity and inclusion team, which sits within our human resources area, and then reconsideration of how we're supporting our staff who have a disability, expanding to areas that we hadn't properly considered back then, like people with neurodiverse disabilities. So there's certainly a maturity in our thinking.
Yes, okay. And how long do these kind of training modules take? Is it a day thing? Is it a couple of hours?
They're different, so I'll need to come back to you.
And Mr. Stefanik, as the kind of head of the team, have you undertaken the training?
No, I haven't, Senator.
Right.
But as Ms Saunders pointed out, it was our visitor services and our security branch teams where we have made it mandatory. But I think certainly in the development of the new AIP, one of the things we should look at is making it mandatory for all.
Across the whole thing. And I think between now and then it would probably be a good use of your time to make sure you're across that.
Thank you.
In relation to retention, still on section 4 of the current plan, relating to employment, there is mention of recruitment, but there isn't mention of retention. I wondered whether you could share with me the processes or step the department takes to proactively ensure the retention of the disabled members of your team.
Yep. So Senator, we within our human resources area, we have case managers who are able to be contacted. So we do encourage people to identify, to let us know that they have a disability, and to then begin to work closely with a member from our HR team to make sure that the workplace is providing any adjustments that are required. It's all done on a case-by-case basis because it differs depending on what is required.
Right.
So that relationship's formed, and then the requirements and the adjustments are worked through from that point.
All right. So the case manager is the primary kind of tool for retention, if you like. And do they regularly seek kind of feedback from disabled employees as to their experience of the job, any changes they might need, for instance?
Yeah, I believe they do, Senator. But yeah, the extent to that, I'll go back and I'll just reaffirm the extent that that's happening. But I believe it's a regular contact, yes.
Could you tell me whether all of your case managers have completed the training, the disability training?
Again, I'll take that on notice, Senator.
All right, thank you. Do you have any? I'll take you from there to complaint resolution, if that's okay. Are you able to provide me with the process that is followed if a employee with a disability did experience discrimination within DPS?
Yep. So, Senator, there's a very well-known process. I say that because there's training that is conducted throughout the organisation on bullying, harassment, discrimination. That is mandatory. We also have another mandatory course which is focused on respectful workplaces, which also steps through, as part of it, the complaints mechanism. And in addition to that, the head of our corporate services division, Ms Lucchetti, who's not able to be here today, she's met with every branch and has had face-to-face contact with every branch to explain what those processes are. Initially, a staff member who has a complaint can talk to their supervisor manager if that's appropriate. They can go directly to the HR team. We also have around 20 harassment contact officers who've all done training, specific harassment contact officer training. So there's a number of different avenues that people can take to make an initial complaint. They then, the HR team will consider that complaint and see whether or not it's something that can be rectified through an informal process. or whether it's something that requires more formal action to be taken, and then that process will ensue. It will be
So those complaint handlers or the people that are engaged in that process, have they completed the disability training?
Senator, again, I will need to check that.
I do understand, but I also sit here a little bit frustrated because if your head hasn't done the training and you can't confirm whether your case managers have done the training and you can't confirm whether the complaint handlers have done the training, then the whole system may not work if the people involved in those processes don't understand what disability discrimination looks like.
Senator, I agree. You're raising a really important point, and in fact, one of the things I chaired the meeting on Friday that the Secretary referred to, I think, before you came into the room, but we've established a Parliamentary Services Access and Inclusion Champions Group. It met for the first time on Friday with the purpose of taking the DPS Access and Inclusion Plan, which was written a number of years ago now, and broadening it so that it is appropriate. It's a plan for the entire building. And one of the first things that we acknowledged was that the original plan was written very much with a compliance focus. And with the maturity of thinking and awareness building, to be frank, the focus now is on the dignity, a dignified approach, and with that there needs to be much more focus on exactly the things that you're talking about. So we absolutely plan to focus on what you're considering. The plan will be written. The intent is to write it this financial year, so by the time we get to the end of June, it will be completed, and the improvements, essential improvements that you're talking about, will factor into it.
Need to be factored in, and that takes me to my kind of next question, which was around an update on the review of the plan. I wondered if you could give us a timeline on the consultation process to inform the review and where we're up to with the review generally.
Yep, so the group met for the first time, as I said, on Friday. We submitted an initial plan with timeframes in it for consultation. So I've asked the other representatives from the other departments to consider that over the next 2 weeks, and then we'll meet again. And then we'll be able to come back to you with firmer dates.
I know you're seeking external consultation on, like, external feedback on what that timeline and process looks like. Just to kind of, what I hear from you, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're consulting on the timeline and the process with other departmental heads or individuals, but is that going beyond?
Yes, it will.
And who is going to be engaged beyond?
We will get back to you, but I give you an undertaking that we will consult more broadly than just the departments.
Okay.
Your office will certainly be involved, Senator.
Oh, I would hope so, but also, beyond that as well. Mr. Stevani, last time we had a chat, we discussed together your intention to raise the need for a whole of building plan at an upcoming leadership meeting, acknowledging that DPS is just one of the 4 entities involved in the parliamentary space more broadly. Did you raise that? And if so, what was the response from the other members of the team?
Yes, thank you. So that first meeting has not yet occurred, Senator, that's in March. So it was ahead of that I approached the heads of the parliamentary departments with a view to initiating this champions group, which Ms Saunders is chairing. So ahead of that, so essentially what I intended to do at that first meeting, we've brought forward.
Okay, all right. And finally, Chair, just a last line of questioning around any information you can provide us in relation to the development of a pilot program to ensure or enable the video conferencing abilities of and broadcast of Senate select committees particularly, but committees more broadly. My understanding is that the Joint Standing Committee on the NDIS has written to the department seeking information as to both the capacity to take witnesses in teleconference when committees are being held outside of this building, but also the ability to broadcast live video from committee hearings outside of this building. You've given a response, I understand, to that initial communication. Could you share with the committee what that response was and also timelines relevant to that?
We do all have a keen interest in this.
We do.
Yes,
Yes, we
thank
do.
you. Yes, so we have, so I'll go to the end point first. We have gone to market for a provider on that. The scope has been developed for it. I might perhaps throw to Chief Information Officer to give you a bit more detail around progress.
Morning, Senator. So we do have an activity underway at the moment to look at a pilot kit for broadcasting of away committees and video conferencing, I suppose, as a second objective there as well. What we're doing at the moment is we've formed a small project team that comprises subject matter experts from our broadcasting space, but also in our core, I guess, infrastructure and modernisation areas in ICT as well.
Yep.
And we're trying to use this as an opportunity to look at something slightly different, I suppose, from the normal broadcasting technology stack, something that might be a little bit more cost effective, but also highly portable, noting the large amounts of equipment that we currently take to away committees already. So the activity at the moment is, I guess, looking at technology that can support our needs, and with a fallback, though, a very good fallback, I might add, of the existing technology stack. Once we complete that analysis, we'll develop a schedule. So we're working through it as quickly as we can, but we really need to know what the technology looks like before we can build a schedule.
You might find it handy to consult with some senators and members on that too.
Yeah, I was going to forgive my ignorance. When you say technology stack,
sure.
What do you mean by that?
So at the moment, there's a very specific set of technology that the broadcasting team use.
So you mean what we've got now?
Yeah, so we're just looking at, I guess, we're thinking outside the box, Senator. This presents an opportunity for us to think a bit differently about how we deliver this service.
Yeah.
So the challenge that's been put to the team as part of developing the pilot is to, I guess, maybe just look at different ways we can deliver this. So that activity's happening at the moment, and the schedule will come from that.
And when you said you've gone to tender with it, do you mean you've gone to tender with the pilot, or what have you gone to tender with?
So what we've actually done at the moment, Senator, is we're doing a market scan, I guess is a better way to describe it.
Right.
We're just determining whether that market scan will inform an approach to market, or what the appropriate procurement method will be.
Right.
But at the moment, it's about understanding our options in the tech space. And we have some highly skilled people looking at that with lots of experience. And if we need to, we'll approach the market for some more advice.
And when do you think that market scan will be complete?
I couldn't provide a date to you at the moment, Senator. There's a lot in flux with it, and we're working through it as quickly as we can. But we do hope to have, I guess, an identified end date for the market scan soon, and that'll inform the next stages of the process.
Okay, and just for my clarity, when you say a lot of things are in flux, what's the flux?
Well, I wouldn't want to, I guess, commit to a particular technology pathway here, but I know that my colleagues in broadcasting that are watching would have some views, but the department has been undertaking, I guess, a contemporary cloud transformation. So does that form part of our future state or not? We know that away committees in particular have, they're held at all sorts of locations across the country,
yep.
Which poses challenges as well. I've seen some amazing photographs of committees held under trees in the outback. So we're looking at all the different use cases, and we could probably come up with something quite new and exciting, but doesn't meet all those use cases, and that's what we're stepping through.
Yep, I understand that. Look, what I would say is, by the sound of it, you've got a group of people working on this that includes yourself. How many other people are part of that group?
So I'm not directly involved. We've got SMEs. I guess I've got oversight of the activity, and I am keeping a close eye on it as CEO. I understand the appetite from the Parliament to have this capability. As I said, we've got broadcasting subject matter experts that are focused on this.
Yep.
And some of our core cloud and infrastructure architects as well.
All right. Well, look, what I would say is just in terms of that work, it would be useful to engage, obviously, MPs and our teams on that work. I would bring to your attention and the whole department's attention the particular access lens of this. This is, it's good to include the entire community in the committee process, but for disabled people particularly, this is a really urgently needed upgrade to what we do. And I'd strongly suggest talking with the chair of our committee, because we already have to meet, we can't meet under trees for access reasons. So if you need a pilot committee, I would say the NDIS committee is the one to approach. But of course I would.
Yeah.
All right.
We are
Thank
due
you for your
to
time.
break for morning tea, but we haven't quite finished this out. Department of Parliamentary Services, so we will be back with them after the morning tea break. And I guess for the purposes of the questions we've just been asking, I wanted to ask if you'd raised these issues with the Department of Finance, noting that there could be an offset from travel that senators might not undertake because some proceedings might convert to a tech platform, and really the quality of the technology can affect your decision to travel or not. So I'm sorry to say you'll be back in 12 minutes or so. We will recommence at 10:45. Thank you. Proceedings with the Department of the Senate, and give the call to Senator Sheldon.
Good, thanks very much. Good morning, everybody. See you all. I just want to ask a few questions regarding some workplace health and safety issues in Parliament House. Just want to go to what some of the work that DPS is doing and some ways and means of how they're planning on improving health and safety of the staff and senators and MPs. Currently, many staff in the House, Parliament House, work, as we know, in small offices, often with more staff working in offices than were originally planned for. Has DPS considered the work health and safety of these workplaces might run through what is being done in that space.
Senator, the main work health and safety issue we have examined in recent times has been sit-stand desks, looking at those as an adaptation of the workplace. We haven't actually looked into the numbers of staff in the offices themselves, but if there are specific, I guess we work on a case-by-case basis, and if there are adjustments that are needed in office, we try to respond to those in conjunction with our colleagues in the Department of the Senate or Department of the House of Representatives. So if those issues are drawn to our attention, we'll respond to them. But are we looking at a broader change to the Office of Accommodation of Parliamentarians? The answer is no.
So I just go to a question about air quality in those offices. As you know, we all learnt through COVID that airborne transmissions were significantly more risky than surface contamination. You're nodding your head, I gather you're agreeing with me. Now, how would you describe the air quality in offices in Parliament House where a large number of staff work in confined locations?
In terms of contamination and particularly during COVID, one of the things we looked very closely at is the filtration system within the air conditioning, and we did get some consulting advice on it, and the advice was that it was highly improbable that our air conditioning system could spread infection. Both because of the filtration and because of the mechanical features of the air conditioning system. So in that respect, it's safe. It is a 35-year-old system, and it is one that we're currently programming to replace. It is quite an invasive project, which will involve essentially taking ceilings out of rooms in order to replace key pieces of infrastructure that drive and condition the air throughout the building. It's one we are still planning on. It should then resolve issues in terms of climate control, things like, sometimes offices are too hot or they're too cold. On a case-by-case basis, our maintenance team do their best to adjust the climate when it's drawn to their attention. But part of the problem stems from the ageing system and the fact that it's increasingly harder to control the building when certain components fail that are in spaces that are in the roof spaces that are inaccessible generally.
Good thing. Just on that sort of, because obviously the building's a large building, and your point about there's different constraints and challenges. As I understand, the Australian Standards recommends that the outdoor airflow to offices be maintained at 10 litres per second per person. Are you aware whether all offices in the Parliament House achieve that standard?
I think I would have to take that on notice, Senator. I know we do monitor for Australian standards on a whole range of levels in terms of air quality and maintaining building compliance.
I'm happy if you take that on notice. I just want to go, do you have any monitoring set up in crowded offices, or, for example, CO2 monitors can help? Do you have any of these set up?
We don't, but it's something we certainly can look at.
Are you aware when the last time that monitoring was put in place for air quality?
We did, particularly during the bushfires, we did a lot of air quality monitoring through that because we were concerned about the micro or nanoparticles generated by the fires coming into the buildings. I know we do.
Sorry, could you just, what was more specifically, roughly, what's that time period that monitoring was done?
Again, I'd have to take that on notice. So it wasn't a regular event because of the nature of the fires was coming in. The smoke was coming and going. We did take those measurements at irregular times.
So I'm going to be. There's been so many fires. I'm wondering when the fires between fires and floods. When was the fires you're referring to?
End of 2019.
Thank you.
I might ask Matt O'Brien, the First Assistant Secretary for Finance and Property, to perhaps help you with some additional information.
Good, thanks.
Thank you, Secretary. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
Matt O'Brien, First Assistant Secretary, Finance and Property Services Division. The air quality testing that we do, we undertake every 6 months. As the Secretary's taken the actual litres per, or the volume of fresh air on notice, we'll respond to that specifically. But my recollection of the outcomes of the last report, we were passing to a very high standard. I just want to double check against that volume that you've identified, but I'm not aware of any issues that have come up out of that 6 monthly testing.
So the 6 monthly testing, right? Just on the, so there's no areas where there, as far as you're aware, that that there's a deficiency on the amount of quality of air going into offices, even with the crowded nature of a number of the offices at the moment.
It can be a bit stuffy.
Yeah, Senator, as far as I'm aware, but what I will do is go back and look at the spaces we're sampling to make sure that if there is an area with a particularly high occupancy, that's included in our test site.
Is there being any consideration to higher efficiency particulate air filters at all in crowded offices?
Senator, we did have a look at the potential of introducing the sort of, I think, HEPA filters, but there were some significant infrastructure implications because of the pressure needed to make those filters work. So the advice that we've got is the filter system that we have is appropriate for the spaces that we're occupying.
So the HEPA filters may not be appropriate, or is there any being utilised at the moment or anywhere? Or?
Within the building?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
So I'm just not quite clear. What's the potential plans to address the air quality issues if they're found to be air quality issues? What are some of the options that you might consider as potentially viable?
Well, Senator, I guess you've identified one with CO2 monitoring. I think from our perspective, the 6-monthly testing isn't throwing forward any issues that need to be addressed at this point. So we don't have any plans to upgrade what we have at the moment in terms of what is delivering air quality to the spaces we occupy.
When you come back to me on notice, could you just say how many officers get when the 6-monthly checks are? You may have to describe the officers' circumstances as well,
Sure.
Staffing, etc. What period is the monitoring going on for, and what some of the results are?
Senator, if those officers if they are having air quality or perceived air quality issues, if they contact the maintenance help desk, they will make best endeavours to. Sometimes they can increase the volume of airflow. That may help with the air exchange, depending on the location in the building. But as soon as the spot issues are identified, they will respond to them.
Good, thank you. So, and I'm just looking forward to what plans there are to sort of clearly, if you could just spell out maybe on notice some of the plans for what variations have taken place, and is there any plans for potential options on air quality improvements as well?
Will do.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
I have some questions about sponsored passes. Just interested how many sponsored passes there are at the moment.
I might ask Ms Tunningley if she could. She may have that figure at her fingertips, or may not.
If not, we can get that very quickly.
Okay, thank you. Is there a limit on the number of passes an individual parliamentarian can give out?
There is not a limit to how many passes a parliamentarian can sponsor.
Do you know what the biggest number for an individual parliamentarian is?
It's probably not something that we would be monitoring for.
Okay. Would you be able to find that, if that's possible?
What we do, Senator, is particularly at least once a parliament when so anybody that's been sponsored by a parliamentarian, if they cease to hold office, then those passes also lapse. So it's a sort of a natural cleansing system for shunting old passes out of the system. But otherwise, there isn't really a restriction on.
Just my understanding of the system, Senator, is it would actually be difficult for us to find that information for you. I think we would have to go in name by name and just search, and then we'll look at the number for each parliamentarian and then let you know if we were able to. The number that was attributed, the highest number attributed to a particular parliamentarian. It's not an easy process. It would be a very manual process.
Okay.
Is that right?
Thank you.
That's correct.
Perhaps you might ask about the context of your concern. So, yeah. Anyway,
sure.
Continue, please.
And it's my understanding that some people who work in the childcare centre are on sponsored passes. I'm just interested why they're not on staff passes, given they work in the building.
They may not all be staff. They might be a partner of a staff member. Yes. Did you have anything to add?
No, sorry.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
no,
childcare employees are on staff passes to access the building.
Oh, the employees. Sorry, I thought you were referring to the parents.
No.
No, I'll
employees.
have to. I'm not sure what category.
They should be, I will confirm, but I believe they should be a contractor category.
Okay.
And have a
Sponsored
building
by
pass.
DPS, I imagine.
Great.
Yes.
And just to answer your question with respect to sponsored pass holders, there's approximately 766 pass holders that are sponsored, and that is as at January 2023.
And would you be able to, just on notice, the number that it got to before in the last Parliament?
Certainly.
Thank you. And then just finally, I was interested to ask about some of the Parliament House tours. I understand that you've started charging for some of those tours. I'm just interested to hear when you started charging and the sort of the process to make that decision.
Yes, so we have always charged for some tours. We reviewed in the last year all the tours that we undertake. So there are still free tours available. So the core tours that visitors are offered are still free to anybody. What we do offer is tours that are a little bit more tailored, smaller groups, and sometimes they provide access to areas that require some security. So there is a hard cost in managing those tours, but they've actually been quite popular. We found that the take up of those paid tours has been actually quite strong.
Mm-hmm. And what's the sort of charging structure for that?
I don't have the information at my fingertips, so I can take it on notice. And
do you have how much that is bringing into DPS?
Again, I'd have to take it on notice.
Okay. Great. Have you had any concerns raised by the public with people sort of feeling like they would like that tour but can't necessarily afford it as a family?
I'm aware, so we get a significant amount of feedback, both positive and negative, about people's experiences. I'm aware that there has been a couple of people that have commented about paid tours, but the core tour that has always been free is still free. Mm-hmm. So it's just if members of the public want to see something that's a little bit interesting or have a focus on a particular aspect of the building, that they can opt to pay to have a more detailed tour.
And just finally, sort of interested in the decision-making process to do that. Is it how does that start? You're stretched for funds, and so it's a financial decision, and then do you need to consult with the presiding officers, or what's the process to decide which tours will be paid for, how much, all those sorts of details?
Yes, we do. I guess there are three aspects to DPS's operation. Obviously the first and most important is enabling the Parliament to operate as a working Parliament. The second is as custodian of the building and the precinct, and the third is the cultural dimension. I guess we are de facto a cultural institution, given we are one of the most visited public buildings in the Canberra region. There is a hard cost to us. Increasingly, as with all cultural institutions, there's been a need to supplement budgets on a user pays system. So part of it is an endeavour for us to, offset costs. There's no question we're trying to generate a profit. It is mainly to offset costs to manage our budget.
Right. Just on notice, would you be able to sort of set out how much it would cost you to be able to provide those tours for free to the public?
I can do. It's very much driven by demand, but I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you.
Can I just ask quickly on parking? I know that there's some changes there and there are more changes coming. It had been fed back to me that a number of members of the public who are kind of parliamentary watchers, like to come to Parliament every day, can't now pay aren't in a financial position to pay parking every day. And I wanted to know if that issue had been raised and how that might be managed, because I guess we value you know, people might come and watch Parliament as a one-off, but I totally respect people who are a bit obsessed and want to come in every day. It would seem a bit of a problem if they can't afford to do that because they can't afford the parking.
We do from time to time, it's not frequent, but we do from time to time get feedback raising concerns about having to pay for parking here. The decision to apply paid parking at Parliament House predates me, but my understanding is the public car park was used quite heavily by public servants in
Yeah,
neighbouring
I
buildings.
understand that, but as I understand it, it's moving from 2 hours free to 1 hour free, and you know the second hour is going to cost more than it has before. So I'm particularly interested in the impact on, you know, regular visitors to the Parliament. Might be fine if you're on holiday and want to be here for 2 hours or 3 or 4 hours as a one-off, but if you're a pensioner and you want to come often, I do think you're suddenly restricting their ability to be in. They could only come for under an hour if they didn't want to pay, and after that you're looking at a larger amount of money.
It's the first time I've certainly heard that specific concern, Senator. We have aligned the costs to the charging across the Parliamentary Triangle.
Yeah.
So we aren't, in most cases, we still charge less than most other institutions. But I do understand if there are people that want to come here frequently, that it would have an impact if they stayed for an hour or more.
Thank you. Maybe you can think about, I'm sure parliamentary watchers will be watching and they will be in touch if this issue resonates with them. I think we're now in a position to move on to the Department of the Senate.
Chair, sorry, can I just confirm that receiving institutions do bear the cost of loans for art? I apologise, I doubted my memory.
And clearly you need not have, so. I think we'll be at least half an hour here. Now, who's seeking the call from the coalition here? Okay. Jana, we're going straight to you because the coalition don't have any questions. This is the Are you cool to dive straight into that?
Put in front.
Still that. Well, good morning. Running an hour late, but I welcome the Clerk of the Senate, Mr. Richard Pye, officers of the Department of the Senate. Thank you for joining us. And of course to our President who's been here with us this morning. Does anyone wish to make an opening statement, please?
No, thanks.
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. I will go to Senator seeking the call, and I understand Senator Stewart seeking the call.
I certainly am. Thank you. I have a number of questions in regards to senators' interests, and I understand that senators have an obligation to declare hospitality in their register of interests. Is that correct?
That's correct within certain parameters, Senator. So there's a set of resolutions on senators' interests that were passed by the Senate about 30 years ago in relation to gifts and hospitality. There are understood thresholds before hospitality, sponsored travel, gifts, etc. need to be declared. Those thresholds are all included in the notes that you all have about declarations of interest. And I mean, the main purpose of declaring gifts, sponsored travel, sponsored hospitality, that sort of thing, is to enable people to see who is sponsoring those expenses, who might be making gifts to senators.
Okay, that's good to know. How many days do senators have to declare?
At the beginning of each, technically the first sitting of the Parliament after a new intake, the 1st of July each year, from the first sitting day is 35 days for senators to make their, no, it's the other way around, 28 days I think it is for senators to make their initial declaration.
Yep.
And then if senators are altering that declaration, there's 35 days in order to make that alteration.
Thank you. And you briefly touched on this, but is it a requirement that senators declare who they've received the gift from?
That's right, Senator. And that's made clear in the explanatory notes that are published on the web pages for the Committee of Senators' Interests, and that we use in our communications to senators about their obligations.
Thank you for clearing that up. I'd like to table a copy of Senator Bridget Mackenzie's Register of Interests, which was updated on the 3rd of February 2023. Thank you. Here we go. So I note that Senator Mackenzie has declared the following items on the 3rd of February 2023, and I quote, 2 Australian Open tickets, 19th of January 2022. On face value, would a declaration on the 3rd of February 2023 of hospitality enjoyed on the 19th of January 2022 fall outside the 30-day window?
Senator, questions about whether or not a senator has met the requirements of the Senators' Interest resolutions are really questions for the committee that I mentioned before, the Committee of Senators' Interest. I mean, on the face of it, the dates involved, if they're the correct dates, and depending on the value of the hospitality, there's certainly a question whether the resolution was met. But follow-up of any individual senators' statements of interest, they're not. It's certainly not a matter that me or my department has oversight over. It's a matter that can be drawn to the attention of the Committee of Senators' Interests.
What would you advise? You frequently give advice to these committees. How would you advise if I come to you as a senator and say, I think someone's return is out of order? What procedural advice would you give me in order to pursue that?
Well, as I say, Senator, it's not a matter that myself or the Secretariat are intended to follow up. The main purpose of a Senator's Interest Declaration regime is so that declarations are made in a public arena. So I imagine that there are any number of political opportunities that senators and members might have, and also you've got a public register and you have a press gallery that is reasonably attuned to what goes on in that public register, and they are usually the triggers.
The register is up to date.
Well, they are
and
usually the
truthful.
triggers, Senator, for these matters to be raised and followed up.
It would seem that the value of things for Senator Mackenzie to declare isn't necessarily a part of the consideration. There's a whole bunch of things on her senator's declarations that probably would fall below it, but she's thought to declare some of those things anyway, but seems to have forgotten some
There
Australian
is
Open tickets.
a miscellaneous piece of advice somewhere within the Senator's interest form that says any matter that whether or not it meets a threshold, whether or not it meets a technical test as to whether a declaration might be required, senators are able to make those declarations out of an abundance of caution.
In that same document, I refer to a statement of registrable interest lodged by Senator Mackenzie on the 24th of August 2022. It appears to be the Senator's initial statement for the 47th Parliament. Question 12 reads, any sponsored travel or hospitality received where the value of the sponsorship or hospitality exceeds $300. And the Senator answered nil. So just wanted to point that out. I'm just trying to figure out where my next bit of paper is here. So I seem to be missing a bit of, oh, no, here we go. I've got it.
There it is.
So I table a copy of Senator Mackenzie's Register of Interest from the 46th Parliament, and I note that Senator lodged Form A on the 2nd of June 2022 that also failed to include these tickets to the Australian Open. So I want to put that on the record as well. Okay. Thank you.
I'm just wondering whether Senator Stewart rather than waste the time of this committee.
I think it's of interest to the public to know. Transparency.
I thought I heard the clerk say that the appropriate course of this for an airing of these matters might in the first instance be the Senator's Interests Committee. I'm just curious to know whether or not that's been
Senator
done.
Smith, you are now the one wasting the time of the committee. I know that Senator Stewart is through her question.
Especially as a new senator, I'm very interested in the things that, you know, the things that...
Points from the PMO, so that's great. I will point out that the Labor Party senators have had over 2/3 of the questions this morning. This is a time, estimates are a time for the opposition to ask questions.
You don't think it's important for senators' interests and transparency for people to know where tickets have come from, though?
So this is just another example
No,
of
you don't care about that?
Party muckraking.
I don't think you're doing it.
And abusing the estimates process.
Senator McGrath, you'll come to order. Senator Stewart has the call. As soon as she's finished her questions, we'll be able to go on to the next item. Thank you.
So it appears that the Senator has failed to declare these tickets for over a year, despite lodging 2 updates to her register during this period, and has still failed, as you mentioned is required or is appropriate, to declare who gave her these tickets. So even though they're on there now, a year late, it still doesn't say who. Is that consistent with the Senator's obligations?
Once again, Senator, I mean, the question of whether or not an individual senator is meeting their obligations under the resolution is not a question for me. We've consistently given that form of advice from my office and from the Office of the Secretariat. We put the obligations and explanatory notes before each senator on a routine basis, including at the beginning of an obligation to make a declaration, and then twice a year after that on an annual basis. So twice annual basis, so that senators are aware of their obligations, but the follow-up as to whether or not senators have met them is not a matter for me. It is a matter that
so
can be
you'd say
dealt
it's in
with.
the obligations, but you can't say whether it's Senator Mackenzie has...
I mean, on the face of what you've suggested, Senator, it sounds like the resolutions haven't been met to that degree, but I don't have the full range of facts in front of me, and as I say, in any case, it's not a matter that the Senate Department or the Secretariat of the committee
Mr Pye, just to be
expresses
clear, you would advise that any gift, the source of that gift in terms of who's bestowed it needs to be given, and the value and the timeliness are all thresholds.
The explanatory notes, which belong to the committee, do explain the obligation in those terms, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you. And in addition to the tickets to the Australian Open, there are a number of other declarations related to hospitality in Senator Mackenzie's statement that either appear to fall outside the 30-day window or fail to provide sufficient information to demonstrate the date or the provider. And I'll just list some of the things that we've picked up. So we've got 2 tickets to the North Melbourne Grand Final breakfast event, 2 AFL Grand Final tickets from AFL Australia, 2 Tabcorp Melbourne Cup tickets, 2 Derby Day tickets, Derby, 2 Melbourne Cup tickets, 2 Women's Big Bash League tickets from Cricket Australia. You might not be able to answer this question. Has the department been provided any information by the Senator which explains these inconsistencies? Or is that not you?
Any information that's provided by any senator in relation to their senator's interests declarations are made to the committee rather than to the department. So I'm not actually able to reach inside the correspondence between senators and the registrar of senators' interests who operates essentially as an agent of that committee, Senator. So firstly, I wouldn't be aware of it, but they're not departmental records. They're really parliamentary records, and they belong to that committee rather than to the department.
Thank you. And just one, 2, I suppose. Just one from me. And, of interest as somebody who's a new senator, given the significant number of issues that there are, both in the time it's taken to declare and the information not provided about who's provided the gifts, tickets, does the department have any advice for the senator to help her keep her affairs in order?
Again, Senator, the advice wouldn't come from the department. The advice would come from the documentation that's provided and maintained by the Committee of Senators' Interests. That committee is re-established at the beginning of each parliament. I would suggest that in the time I've been here, and I was the registrar of Senators' Interests some time ago now, the particular case that you're mentioning today wouldn't be the only occasion on which senators have failed to necessarily meet the full terms of the resolutions, and sometimes senators, I guess, pay a political price for that, and at other times people are quite understanding that there's been an oversight. I don't know where this falls on that spectrum.
Chair. Senator Colbeck.
Thanks, Chair.
I'm finished with my questions, Chair.
Oh, sorry, you have?
I've got my questions.
Senator Colbeck.
Do the same timeframes for disclosure apply to the House of Reps as well?
I believe they're very similar, Senator. I can indicate on notice whether... Actually, I'll look over my shoulder. They're similar. I'm not sure if they have the same 35-day period rather than a 28-day period for the notification of alterations, and we can come back to the committee on that on notice. The two regimes are very similar, but the explanatory material associated with them belongs to the committees of the two different houses, so I imagine there are some variations in that.
Okay, thank you for that. So Minister Wells, who was at the cricket in Hobart on the 17th of November and at the FIFA World Cup in Qatar on the 24th of November, who hasn't submitted an alteration to her registrable interest since the 16th of November, would be outside those 35-day timeframes, and as far as I'm aware, at this point in time also hasn't registered her attendance at the tennis on the 19th and 20th of January, although that would still be within the 30 days, but the cricket in Hobart on the 17th, where there was hospitality, and certainly the FIFA World Cup in Qatar would be outside those 35 days as well.
Well, I'm not sure there's a question in that for me, Senator, in that one of the things that we studiously try to avoid doing in the Senate department is interpreting the resolutions of the House of Representatives, but it does demonstrate that there are no doubt cases across both houses where the strict terms of the resolutions may not have been complied with.
I think there's a good point to finish on. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move to the Office of Governor General.
Yep. Just check when PMO send you these things, just to say, have we, we've crossed our T's and dotted our I's? Because Labor...
Am I hearing that we're excused?
You don't have a clean record here.
Thank you, Mr Pye, you are excused, and thank you to the President.
Thank you, President.
For your attendance this morning, and thank all of the parliamentary departments. We now move on to the Office of the Governor General. Which is me. Did you have questions here? Okay. Okay. Okay, I have some. I welcome Mr Paul Singer, MVO, Official Secretary to the Governor-General, and Mr Jeff Barnes, Deputy Official Secretary to the Governor-General. Do either of you wish to make an opening statement? Good morning and thank you for your attendance.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, just a very brief statement, if I may. Paul Singer, Official Secretary to the Governor-General. I welcome the opportunity to update the committee on the Governor-General Mrs Hurley's program of activity and the key achievements and priorities for my office. Most significantly, since I last appeared before the committee in October, the Governor-General and Mrs Hurley have made 9 visits to flood-affected regions in Victoria, New South Wales, South Australia and Western Australia. The Governor-General uses these visits primarily to listen, to hear people's stories and provide reassurance that they are very much at the front of mind of the broader Australian community. He's also able to focus on thank those involved in the response. As the Governor-General observed in his Australia Day National Address, these conversations highlight to him that while Australia is not a finished product, we are a good people. For any challenges and disagreements, we work hard, look out for each other and are not afraid to take on the big challenges. As he said, we are a country to be proud of, and that is worth celebrating. Whether it be through regional visits, his and Mrs Hurley's ongoing patronage of more than 200 organisations, our honours and award system, or welcoming volunteers and others to Government and Admiralty House, celebrating that goodness and richness of spirit is a continuing focus of this Governor-General. Chair, to that end, I did want to briefly mention the Australian Honours and Awards system. The Governor-General and Mrs Hurley continue to present national emergency medals to those involved in the response to the 2019-2020 bushfires and will travel to country Victoria in the coming weeks for more ceremonies. Many thousands of medals are also presented locally, acknowledging the service of individuals and celebrating the response. Similarly, in November, the Governor-General presented a group bravery citation to 7 men in a remote community in East Arnhem Land. This is just one example that no matter where you are from, be it remote Australia, a country town or a city, and regardless of who you are or your background, our honour system serves as an important purpose to celebrate achievement and service. I also note ongoing efforts to encourage nominations for outstanding individuals from parts of our community that have been historically underrepresented in the Order of Australia. While this is very much an ongoing body of work and priority, I'm pleased that the Australia Day Honours list included the highest percentage of awards in the General Division to women ever at 48%, and that much progress has been made to raise awareness and encourage engagement. Chair, it is a great privilege for me and my colleagues to support the important role of the Governor-General and Mrs Hurley, and I remain proud of my office and the work that we do. Finally, I wish to provide advice to the committee with regard to the Senate order for production of documents related to questions on notice. There were 8 questions taken on notice by the office during the budget estimates, and responses to all questions were sent to the Senate committee by the nominated due date. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Singer. I've got a few questions, please, and I think, okay, good, I'll move through them quickly. What's your staff turnover been in the Office of the Governor-General for the last 12 months? What's the approach to ensuring staff retention and job satisfaction? And what is the office's approach to a diverse and inclusive workplace?
Thank you, Chair. I can start with a response to the annual average turnover rate for this term of the Governor-General, which is at 8.9%. And as you'd be aware, Chair, we seek to balance the needs of the office with meeting the priorities of the Governor-General and inject new talent, new capability to meet those priorities as they evolve. Diversity within our workforce is critically important. We have over 50% of our workforce at Government House is female, but that of course is only one part of diversity. We also encourage diversity from other areas, whether that be Indigenous, multicultural or other parts of the broader society. And Chair, I think there was one other element of your question which I just can't quite recall.
Well, that covers, I think, the parts I did ask. I want to ask about flexible working arrangements, unpaid leave, part-time positions and incentives for staff progression.
In relation to staff progression, Chair, you understand that as a relatively small agency, the chance for progression within the agency limited. So we encourage those opportunities wherever they exist, but also encourage our staff to go and broaden out and move to other parts of the APS and, of course, return where there's an opportunity to do so.
Great. Can I ask if Government House or Admiralty House have any planned upgrades this financial year, or if either of them have any IT or tech-based maintenance significant upgrades for Government House or Admiralty House this year?
Thank you, Chair. So in relation to the first part of your question around the property works plan for this financial year, at Government House, and there's just a series of about a dozen small projects which I'll run through very quickly. There's a WHS compliance in the services and kitchen area, which will be undertaken this year. We'll be relaying accessible paths in the priority garden areas to ensure that they are fully accessible. There'll be a number of security upgrades working with partner agencies, office accommodation maintenance, including things such as asbestos removal where necessary to do so. We're replacing an irrigation line that runs through the property at Government House, a continuation of the net zero carbon program and a series of minor work packages. At Admiralty House in Sydney, there's a continuation of the sea-wall restoration. There's a project to address WHS considerations for a new handrail. We're currently weatherproofing the Marine Barracks, and this committee would be aware that there's been significant work in recent years to preserve the structural integrity of the Marine Barracks that were being progressively pushed into the harbour. Now we're weatherproofing those Marine Barracks. There's some work on exterior fabric restoration, and there's some further WHS compliance and minor works packages occurring across the site. In relation to the digital project, this committee would be aware that in the 2021 budget, the office received funding to undertake a digital transformation program. That program is mature in its current state and is proceeding on track for both time and budget, and we expect to have that completed either late this financial year or very early in the new financial year, and that'll be a significant project which the office has undertaken primarily to transition services to the cloud.
Great. Are there any other significant financial expenses expected during this financial year? Are there any significant international guests being hosted at Government House or Admiralty House this financial year?
So in relation to the first question, Chair, nothing in addition to the normal business as usual, particularly in relation to the significant projects that I've just shared. And in terms of international guests, well, we have had a number already this year with a number of Prime Ministers calling on the Governor-General, foreign Prime Ministers calling on the Governor-General. This evening, Their Excellencies are hosting the Crown Princess of Sweden, and there will be a number of other international guests and heads of state that the Governor-General hosts throughout the course of the year, details of which have not yet been confirmed.
Are there any special events planned to commemorate Queen Elizabeth II or the succession of King Charles II this financial year?
Chair, you'll recall that when I last appeared before this committee, I indicated that the office was looking to create a commemorative garden in honour of Queen Elizabeth II. Work has commenced on that garden, and we expect that will continue over the next 12 to 18 months. In relation to the coronation of King Charles III, the Governor-General will of course expect to attend the coronation in London, and in relation to other events at Government House, we expect to host a relatively large community-focused event at a time close to that coronation date.
Thank you. Are there any other functions, public or private, or events planned to be at Government House or Admiralty House this financial year?
You'll appreciate, Chair, that hosting functions at Government House and Admiralty House are a key part of the Governor-General's responsibility in engaging with the community, hosting people from a broad cross-section of the community. It would be.
So I'm sure there's a lot.
That's right. So it would be impractical for me to step through every element of the Governor-General's program for the rest of this financial year, but I can assure you it's a very busy, ambitious program that will touch broad parts of the Australian society.
But can I ask in that context, are all those planned events public functions? Are there other functions and events that also are planned to be held at Government House that are not in his capacity as Governor-General?
So all of the public-facing functions that the Governor-General hosts as Governor-General will of course be part of the normal program processes. If there are any private events that the Governor-General or Mrs Hurley host at either Government House and Admiralty House, well, they of course, as you'd appreciate, are on a full cost recovery basis.
Okay, so there so there's the full schedule of public events that you are in the progress of organising, and any private events would be on a full cost recovery basis.
That's right, Chair. There's an established process there for any events that are of a private nature and cross a particular threshold to be reimbursed by the Governor-General at his own expense.
Is there any significant domestic travel planned for the Governor-General this financial year?
It's difficult to quantify what I interpret to be significant. Again, that's a key part of the Governor-General's responsibilities. Already this year, he's travelled to the Riverland in South Australia to meet with those that were affected by the recent floods. He travelled to the Kimberley to meet with those, particularly in Fitzroy Crossing, Broome and Derby, that were affected by the floods and continue to be. He was in Darwin recently to swear in the new Northern Territory Administrator. These are all elements, as you'll appreciate, Chair, that are part of a meaningful and impactful program by the Governor-General, which of course includes significant domestic travel.
Thank you. Are you able, please, to provide details for this committee of the cost recovery arrangements for any private events in these houses? I guess I'm just interested to know the extent to which the existing staff can be called on to be contracted out privately, if you like, versus the extent to which a private event, for example, might just be all private caterers, etc. coming in.
Yes.
I was just a little bit unclear based on what you had said, if it was possible to, if you like, contract in your own staff for a private event.
And I think in response to that, Chair, it would very much depend on the circumstances as to whether it made more sense to contract our own staff and have those paid for privately by the Governor-General, or whether in fact it might be very sensible to have it privately staffed and contracted out. So it would depend on the circumstances as to what those arrangements would be. But what I can say in general terms, that for any event that the Governor-General hosts of a private nature that has more than 6 people, that event would be on a cost recovery basis.
Okay, thank you. Senator Smith.
Chair, just before Senator Smith starts, I just want to correct the record in relation to a point that I made
Yes, Senator
earlier
Colbeck.
in respect of Minister Wells' declaration. I indicated she was at the cricket in Hobart. My understanding is she was talking about the stadium in Hobart, which is obviously something interested to me, but she was at the cricket in Brisbane at the Gabba.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Senator Smith, and then we'll go to Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome Mr Singer, and we extend our appreciation for the work that the Governor-General and Mrs Hurley does. Just in regards to the community-focused event that you mentioned in response to Senator Pratt, is that being held in Canberra or in Sydney or in both locations?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. We're currently thinking about a community event at Government House immediately following the coronation, when the Governor-General returns from England. The details around that are currently being worked through by my office, and I expect within the coming weeks we'll have some further detail.
So I'm just curious to know whether the Canberra residents will be denied an opportunity to celebrate the coronation, or Sydney residents will be denied the opportunity to celebrate. So is the community-focused event happening at Admiralty House or at Yarralumla or at both?
Again, Senator, the community-focused event will be at Government House in Canberra. And I know that, having spoken with some of my colleagues around the country at the state government houses, they're also looking at opportunities to appropriately mark the coronation.
Thanks very much. My second question goes to whether or not the Governor-General plans to travel the country celebrating the coronation on his return to Australia, or whether he will just park himself in Canberra or in Sydney, but it sounds like he might just be parking himself in Canberra. Or is there a plan
I wouldn't necessarily accept that characterisation of the Governor-General. I've not known him to park himself anywhere. He's travelled widely across the country. And I expect, as part of that, following the coronation, and indeed in this coronation year, there will be opportunities to appropriately acknowledge and celebrate that coronation, not only in Canberra, but around the country.
I apologise for being too lengthy in my questions earlier. I do note, because of the anniversary of the apology, we are due to break at 11:45. I'm hoping that Senator Shoebridge might whiz through his questions before we get there. We can probably break slightly later than 11:45 and still get to our commitments. So please continue, Senator Smith.
Thank you. Is it the custom that a gift is extended from Australians to the King or the Sovereign at the coronation? And are you aware of any arrangements being made for a gift?
Perhaps to the second part of that question first, I'm not aware of any discussions or arrangements as yet, but they would be primarily responsibility for the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
When was the Governor-General advised of the decision by the Reserve Bank of Australia not to continue with the portrait of the Sovereign on the $5 banknote?
Senator, my office and indeed the Governor-General acknowledge that that is a decision for the Reserve Bank of Australia. We were first informed when we saw the media release by the Reserve Bank.
So you were advised on the 2nd of February, when you saw the media report, that the portrait of the Sovereign was not to continue as a feature on the $5 banknote.
That's when I first became aware of it. That's correct, Senator.
So despite the fact that the RBA wrote to the Treasurer on the 7th of October last year, that letter is in the public domain, despite the fact that the Treasurer wrote back to the Governor of the RBA on the 16th of December, that letter is in the public domain, and despite the RBA writing back to Minister Burney, for example,
and indeed the Assistant Minister for the Republic, on the 11th of January about the decision taken by the RBA in consultation with the government to remove the sovereign from the $5 banknote. Government House, and I assume the Governor-General, learnt about it by media release.
There was no consultation with my office, Senator.
No. I was interested in knowing when you were advised of the decision.
Again, Senator, first I became aware of the decision was the media release from the Reserve Bank.
And is it true to say that the Governor-General first became aware of the decision on the 2nd of February?
That's correct, Senator.
When did Government House decide to bring the matter to the attention of Buckingham Palace out of courtesy?
I wrote to my counterpart in the Palace that afternoon and shared a copy of the Reserve Bank's media statement so as to ensure that they didn't wake up to the news without having been forewarned. So it was that afternoon, the 2nd of February.
Are you at liberty to share with us the Governor-General's reaction to learning about this by way of media commentary?
I don't think that that would be appropriate. I'm not here to answer for the Governor-General's reaction per se, Senator, but what I would say in general terms that he probably shared my surprise that we were only made aware of the decision as a consequence of reading the media statement.
How would you characterise this?
Factually, Senator,
a lack of courtesy?
I think that's
a gross lack of courtesy?
That's for others to comment, Senator.
Gross lack of courtesy. I'm curious to know why the government found it necessary to include or CC in their letter to the Governor of the RBA the Assistant Minister for the Republic, but didn't find it in any way necessary as demonstration of any courtesies between itself, the government and Government House, to at least advise the Governor-General of this decision.
Well, I'm going to take it.
How many? Sorry, Senator Shoebridge.
How can this witness even pretend to answer for what was in the mind of the government when they said that? It was just a waste of time.
Thank you,
Are
Senator
you in a position
Shoebridge.
to...
I'm just conscious of time. I'm happy to come back after the... On how many occasions did the Prime Minister... On how many occasions was the Prime Minister in the company of the Governor-General from the 7th of October 2022 until the 2nd of February 2023?
I'd be happy to take that on notice, Senator, but you'd understand that there have been a number of occasions where either the Prime Minister has met with the Governor-General or they've been attending similar events. Those are all reflected on our program on the Governor-General's website. In terms of how many specifically during that time frame, I'd have to take it on notice.
And are you, am I correct to assume that in the evidence that you've given us already thus far, that to your understanding, the matter of the portrait on the banknote was not discussed?
I'm not aware of any discussion or consultation with Government House. I certainly know my office was not consulted. I'm not aware of any discussion with the Governor-General.
Has there been any communication between Government House and the government on the matter since the 2nd of February?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator, no.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr Singer. Thank you.
Thank you. Senators, we will now break for lunch. We will return in 1 hour. And I'm afraid, Mr Singer, you will need to return so that I can give the call to Senator Shoebridge. For others listening, waiting for Prime Minister and Cabinet, whilst I can't wind up Senator Shoebridge at my beck and call, we've discussed that he might be about 15 minutes or so, but we'll see how we go. Thank you. We'll see you all after lunch.
but the
describing
is very clearly well, but I but yeah. Employee. No.
to in the same to
They do. Others
Specific
Working very
comments on
To refer-
there's a lot of
Five. Uluru. Consultation. Group. Of the group.
People know. First thing I think of.
Cuddles, James
Well,
McGrath.
please continue then, Senator
so-
Birmingham.
Okay, thank you. Has there been other communication between the Albanese government and the Netanyahu government at ministerial level since it was sworn in?
Senator, I'd need to take that on notice.
Thank you. Can I refer to the Prime Minister's speech at the Woodford Folk prepare a draft of that speech?
Senator, we might have to take that on notice. We'll just see if we can get a quick answer for you.
Okay. Did the department...
I'm being told no, Senator.
No?
On both fronts.
Okay. We've gone from a government that chose to not have a single conversation with China his government, and on he went. Is that statement accurate?
And so is Mr. Chittick. I think the actual words. But I don't have the speech in front of me. I think he also said China's position and approach had changed in recent years. There's been a difference in approach. See, Mr. Morrison and Mr. Dutton in government took a different view.
Did the former Prime Minister have any meeting?
Senator, my notes have that the last bilateral by then Prime Minister Turnbull at the East Asia Summit in 2016. I understand that former Prime Minister, or then Prime Minister Morrison, President Xi in 2019 and 2018.
Certainly.
Former Prime Minister, or then Prime Minister Morrison, had 3rd of November 2019.
On the 3rd of November 2019. I won't ask you about engagement, but the 3rd of November 2019 was well into the Prime Minister's assertion that, the current Prime Minister's assertion that the previous government chose.
Well, Senator, I've articulated the dates of the last meetings from the previous Prime Minister.
Mr. Chittick, by pressing the point home of the inaccuracy in the Prime Minister's speech. People can draw their own conclusions, indeed. Can I go to with Prime Minister Hipkins of New Zealand. Has the Australian government finalised a new approach
There's been no announcement yet.
No announcement?
Exact timing is a matter for government.
Was this subject to further following on from the previous conversations Prime Minister Albanese had had with Prime Minister Ardern? Of pathways to Australian citizenship for New Zealand citizens, the subject of Prime Minister Albanese had had with Prime Minister Ardern.
I don't know that we generally, other than what the readout of in the effort to be helpful, I think you would know from your previous work, previous position, this issue is not raised.
Thanks, Minister. Yeah.
The timing is to be determined.
I think Prime Ministers Albanese and Hipkins repeated the Anzac Day 2023. What can we make? Is that right, mate?
Correct, Senator.
Thank you.
So that remains the what about work on voting rights for New Zealanders? Who is leading that?
As the Prime Minister flagged on the 8th of July 2022, Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters to be considered as part of its inquiry into the 20.
So that's there is no other policy work being undertaken. The referral to JSCM.
So my advice is that the Prime Minister has noted that
The government is not committed to anything beyond the referral to JSCM. Probably ask Senator McGrath when that committee is due to report.
Well, I'm sure there'll probably be a dissenting report from the government will try.
Okay. So
You don't, that's not your position? People who live here for how long have become citizens?
If you become an Australian citizen, then you can get voting rights.
you can even hold dual citizenship unless you want to sit at these tables.
They're too soon.
Not for anybody who's left here, perhaps, but for others it is. Albanese with an update of how many Section 501 character cancellations have been applied to New Zealanders last year by the government to adopt a more common sense approach.
thank you for your notice.
Okay, thank you. As to whether PM&C has been consulted or had any engagement around written guidelines for the application. As well, please. Quad hosting.
Really?
Mr. Duo to assist.
Budget provided $18.4 million. Hosting, organisation and logistics. In terms of wanting detail around the commitment of current financial year. Is that funding being supplemented at all for this financial year?
Building. So the 18.4 million for PM&C, yes, we have access. Yeah.
Okay. Has the department
Senator, the budget bid we put in was informed by our so, yes.
So the 18.4 mil should be sufficient? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Senator, I would point out 4.7 for the AFP,
Yep. Okay.
but that's funded slightly differently, but yes.
No props. Run the other quad questions on notice or to relevant agencies, so it's fine. Indonesia, the Prime Minister indicated on his visit to Jakarta work to improve visa processing for Indonesia. To the Prime Minister's public commitment.
Sorry, it's not the international division, it would be social policy. It's probably a matter that would be dealt with by a different department.
Some aspects of this are clearly pressing in terms of international students.
Assist, Senator, but yes, if you will take the questions on notice and come back to you.
Okay. We shall leap to the legislative instrument designating Nauru as a regional processing country had lapsed.
National Security and International Policy, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet became aware
How was this communicated to PM&C?
had lapsed in the course of our normal business on that day, and seek to find out what. No, that's not correct, Senator.
Sorry, Ms. Cooper, then.
We have a team, a national security team, it's headed up by Mr. Colquhoun. aware that the instrument had lapsed.
Told by Home Affairs, or did they tell Home Affairs?
Well, discovered it independently. Discuss with them.
So on the 21st of December, independently discovered that this instrument had lapsed. How did they?
In the course of onboarding a new officer, talking them through the processes, how in the normal course of business, as I say.
Right. And what action?
Well, immediately upon discovering this, we, as I said, reached out to the Department of Home Affairs because it's the instrument belonged had lapsed, and we advised the Prime Minister's office.
Had they? It had lapsed?
Yes, Senator, they advised us that they were aware of that.
They advised you that they... But they had never thought to inform PM&C? Did...
Correct.
But it was of own initiation that PM&C discovered it?
22nd, Senator, when the team confirmed with the Department of Home Affairs that...
And did you provide advice to
both, Senator?
do both? So you took it sufficiently seriously in terms of the advised them. Was that the first the Prime Minister?
No, Senator. When we advised the Prime Minister's office, they advised us they had been made aware of that.
And are you aware of how they had become aware?
I noticed that on the 8th of February, the Minister for Home Affairs did say in the House advised the Prime Minister's office on the 16th of December. So that would make sense.
Has PM&C provided advice in relation to the fact it had expired? Has PM&C played a role in rectifying it or provided
provided advice, as I said, when we initially found out. But in terms of written advice, the primary action that we took in December was to speak to it and reassured us that everything was in hand, and when we had advice from them in the new year, we then provided a briefing to the Prime Minister.
confirm the date here? On notice, can you provide timeline around the communications between about any other points of interaction on this expiration. Minister on notice in terms of communication between the Prime Minister and these matters. I think I have one last quick share. I understand investigate alleged media leaks relating to the repatriation of individuals from when did PM&C make that request?
For further information I have on that, Senator, I'll just be a moment. So the Secretary of PM&C referred
Door then, Ms Cooper.
the referral was made by the Secretary on the 4th of October.
Thank you. The 4th of October. Okay. So that was pretty much as has the department received
to the AFP Senator, and any further questions?
so for the department's understanding, you've not been told the investigation.
Correct. It's under investigation.
Okay. Is the
Not to my knowledge, Senator, not at this stage.
Excuse me.
Has PM&C provided any instructions to other agencies regarding
Instructions?
or instructions, advice?
Well, to other secretaries, of course, that any leaking of information
Is PM&C aware if the AFP's made any interview or submission requests of any
No.
To the Attorney General on progress of the investigation?
No, Senator. No, we don't, Senator. As I said, those questions would be best directed to the AFP. I was going to say a principle, but it's probably just a proper process, really, when comment on them.
Sure. Okay.
I've got one.
And we are at 7 o'clock on the knocker, and so
I have one line of questions which won't take too long. too long.
Okay.
It depends
Call
on the
dinner
answers.
break at 7:05.
Well, let's just,
Hopefully
well,
we'll
let's.
Great.
Is the Prime Minister's Register of...
We would have to take that on notice, Senator, and inquire with the Prime Minister.
So you can't confirm whether
Well, I don't actually equate myself what he's registered in the Parliament, but I will take
is about his register of interests, and the first is that that our register of interests are appropriately filled out, and South Sydney Rabbitohs Games, and that's well and good. We all know the Prime Minister supports that particular state who donated the tickets to him. So if you could take on notice how many tickets the Prime Minister and who donated those tickets to him.
I will do so, but Senator McGrath, I would say to you, accept tickets to games and every time there starts to be a sort of attack on
it does,
and the purpose of registers is to conflicts, the importance of making sure
I'd agree with that, and I'll table an article from the Daily Telegraph. Funnily enough, where the Prime Minister had attended day test, but didn't declare it and still hasn't declared it since that date. So I suppose my question is to not declare anything else that should have been put on his register of interests.
I don't accept. Well, first, if through the chamber, no, that's true. Registers against media, if that's how you wish to deal with these matters. A period in time before he became the Prime Minister, whether or not he was
Senator Wong, it was
well, I don't know.
Been declared.
I don't know if it was or not. I don't know if it circumstances by which he came to attend the test, but I will take that on notice.
Can Prime Minister and Cabinet, just in relation to use of the lodge in Kirribilli House, Prime Minister has spent at the lodge and Kirribilli House since the election, and can you also advise how many nights were spent by anyone else other than the Prime Minister at either Kirribilli House or the lodge when the Prime Minister was not present?
Really?
The lodge is his family home.
Well, you're asking questions about members of his family? Is that what you're asking?
All I'm doing is when you were asking questions.
I never did that. You really going to do this? Well.
We will now go to the dinner break and we will resume.
Are we finished with Prime Minister and Cabinet?
Yes.
Thank you.
And we will return with the ANAO at 8:05. Senator Penny Wong, but no, I know we're joined by Assistant Minister Ayres, and someone will perhaps name Hair, and I never know if I'm pronouncing it properly. Very good, even though I've said it a gazillion times. Rona Mellor, PSM. Mr. Hare, do you want to make an opening statement? Okay. Is the opposition ready to take the call?
Yes, I'm just reading a note. No, I don't have too many questions, Chair, so we'll probably move through this relatively quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me, Mr. Hare, when you last audited Land Council or...
We're auditing at the moment. And the Tiwi Land Council and the Ndilakwa Land Council.
All 4 land councils are currently under audit, Senator.
Okay. What's the cycle for those?
Table them this financial year for 3 of them and 1 early next, so they'll be June, July.
Year and 1 just after the end of the
That's my expectation at the moment, but depends how they go in closing them out. It could be something.
So is that
it's a
particularly targeted in?
They're performance audits of the governance of the land councils.
Okay.
So it's program. It's more the overarching board governance, etc.
So when did those audits commence?
A long time ago, because we put a halt to them because we couldn't get staff out there and doing that. So then we recommenced beginning of last year. And
on your way through them?
Yeah, we're at... we've already put drafts out to the entities and things like that.
For Indigenous Business Australia in May of 21?
Yes.
Okay. In relation to that one, there's 4 recommendations of interest identification and management, business activity, support activity and performance management. Review of the uptake of those particular recommendations?
Carla Jago, Group Executive Director, follow up on those, but we do 2 years after each performance audit to see if recommendations, and because that audit was almost 2 years ago, that will be part of this year's to us.
On a 2-year cycle by May
June 2023 performance statements. We have a measure on whether they've been implemented.
Okay.
Ones in that.
So what does that that report entail? Does it entail
and ask them whether they've implemented it? We don't do it in that context. We don't do a review of whether they've actually implemented it or not.
Required to provide any detail at all on the processes that they've undertaken to implement it? They basically implemented the recommendations.
It's a data collection exercise.
Implementation of the recommendations of your process.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
List all of the audits in that. We can probably tell you what it said if you'd like to know.
Can you tell us now, or
no,
do we have
we
to wait?
haven't put that.
All right. So by the time we get to, or by budget estimate,
because we sort of start the survey towards the end of the year, but we can see around budget estimates.
It's usually due into us by late June. That's my recollection.
All right. Ask some questions.
If I could.
Sure.
Is that possible? Thank you. I know the ANAO audits public, but does it have any capacity to audit Commonwealth government funds?
Use of public funds, so it's got what's called the follow the dollar power, so we can go to any entity and undertake an audit of how they use those funds that were provided. To the Great Barrier Reef Foundation a few years ago. Normally we just audit the reporting arrangements they have between the entity, but we can do it. Yes.
So when was the last time you were asked to audit a community controlled organisation that's wholly funded by federal government funds?
I think we've been on a couple of occasions. That body with the North in the Land Council. Sorry. In the Central Land.
The mining company.
There's an entity associated with the Central Land Council funding, so we've follow for us. So that's the only one that I can recall.
So who has the capacity to ask you to do that for a Commonwealth funds?
Any member of Parliament can ask us to do things. To undertake audits, and we consider it in the context of usually what we do if someone asked us, we sort of have a look at the question that's being asked and see whether it's within the scope of our work and then how it fits into the priorities.
So that's more a something that might suggest that an organisation might need to be looked at. Do you take a proactive role in that? In looking at an organisation about its governance and administration of funds?
I think when we're putting together our audit program, information related to risk that we build into our audit program constantly. So it's build an audit program. We're looking for coverage across all government activities, across all portfolios, different types stages of implementation of programs, and in filling up that program, risk is a factor that, and interest to Parliament as well. So we will. What I'm saying is, is information about risk in service delivery and entities.
So there, or you see something and you might respond.
Of all 250 plus Commonwealth entities, and while the financial statement that may be considered in the building particular governance issue or a risk that's being managed in a particular entity, they bring it back and performance audit to be done here. So we have an environmental scanner sort of right across parliamentary interests, and that gets factored into how we build the program for the forward year.
Would you be the lead agency to do?
Only agency in the Commonwealth who does it. We certainly don't undertake investigations into individuals or corruption. We're the only entity that does the whole sector.
Right, thank you.
Audit program. When would that be? We're at the stage where we're circulate out sending something out by the end of February as a draft for the
You're getting towards the business end of it.
Yes.
So you're finalising your next cycle of program.
It'll be circulated amongst parliamentary committees, I would suspect, in March for any feedback, and any member of Parliament wants to feed back into that process, they can get it in through that way. We did make some adjustments to our the budget, so early this year, to take account of changing government priorities, so to reflect a bit of the changes in direction in policy of the government.
Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Over the last 6 months, could I just go to the major projects report and start there? For your work on that, I'm sure. The report makes the observation that this year's MPR does not provide the user transparency and accountability over the MPR projects as a whole. Did Auditor General?
Well, I'll put a bit of context around the MPR. The major projects review CPAA, who sets a set of criteria under which the Department in the context of this year's report, under those to prepare a report at a declassified level, and in certain areas than previous years, because the department, consistently with the guidelines, for might be able to give a bit more detail.
Okay. Tom Iwanu, Group Executive Director, Performance.
Well, I suppose I think some of the lack of disclosure was about projects capability forecast date for projects.
Yes.
How many projects did the Department of Defence for the final operational capabilities?
So, Senator, in any defence major acquisition project.
When it works?
Well, it's a...
Of when it
time
works?
for the delivery of certain equipment or capabilities. It also is a baseline that we use for some of our analysis in
things expected to be working.
The capability as planned and envisaged is actually
working. That's it. We seem to be. You seem to be saying audit speak for yes. That's when it's working.
It's war fighting. It's
okay.
It's a.
When it's working.
Yes, it works. It is what happened this year was Defence each of MPR projects that are, and they advised us that they can were, in their opinion, not for publication on the basis of three of those categories. I will just find my little list.
Well, some they didn't decide ability date, and some didn't have one.
Correct. Yes.
So we maybe do.
So, 3 PDSSs, so they're the representation of the defence documents that are reproduced in the back of the MPR, did not
secret squirrel reasons that they didn't want to.
Well, provides commentary in the MPR related to
security reasons.
So the projects were the offshore patrol vessel, and the Jindalee upgrade. That's known as JORN, J-O-R-N.
I don't want people to know when my midlife.
They're the 3 that didn't disclose didn't publish. Activity, but they were not for publication.
And is that an?
In this context, under the guidelines, it's up for Defence to make those. And say Defence, that's the role that Defence has to do. So.
That's how it works.
It's in this context, that's how it works. Yes.
And I assume the guidelines don't allow for testing. I'm assuming there was no testing.
The testing that we did was that we assured ourselves that the Defence had.
And you mentioned the guidelines, Senator. Under the guidelines, it is a defence accountability. Properly review all information that's to be disclosed, so that it's.
Just simply would deliver the decision and consistent with the guidelines.
Yes.
So 3 where they determined not to provide the where they didn't have a settlement.
Okay, there were, so that group of 3 represented, because then the percentage drove some judgments we had to make about the projects did not have an FOC forecast date as at 30 June 2020. That's the date at which the representation to us is made for the purposes of the assurance.
And so you
These were the Hunter Frigate project, because it doesn't. All these FOC forecast dates have government approvals sitting behind them. Project did not have a government approved FOC date as at 30 June either. So
I think we can assume that one's been.
Projects are in a slightly different category. They were unable to prepare specific land are medium heavy, large trucks and trailers. And so that group of 4 represented 19% of the PDSSs.
Between those 2 categories, it's basically a third. Less than a third.
Yes.
Yep. And patrol boat replacement project, is that simply the defence?
Well,
I would have thought that in terms of delivering a major project, would perhaps be one of the most critical elements in delivering a major. How important is actually having a date to work to when you're talking about a major project?
But remember, projects have to get to a point where they go to the government for approval, and then the government takes advice on the estimate for the FOC date. Some of the projects actually never got to the stage of government approvals where FOC an issue, if I can put it that way.
Well, the submarine project got approval and then got pulled, so that's in its own category.
No, I'm not sure the submarine actually ever had an FOC date.
But it was on a trajectory and got pulled.
Yes, correct.
So we understand why that one doesn't have an FOC, because the FOC is never.
Oh, well.
But the Hunter Frigates project, by you that they had done what they were required to try and get an FOC from government? What's the rationale for the delay there?
Well, the Hunter Frigates project is in a design and productionisation phase.
That's a dreadful word, productionisation.
It is a defence word.
Okay.
I can only repeat it.
Senator, there's 2 types of projects that we bring into the MPR. There's those which have full government approval and second pass, they've got funding, their projects on the run, and then there's...
Or not, as the MH...
which, because of the scale of them, we start reporting on. Hunter isn't at a stage where you'd expect an FOC to be available at this stage yet. It's not.
Entered into the subsequent contracts for delivery
All right.
of the vessels.
So that's explained by the stage at which the project's at, and you're satisfied with that explanation? With
Yes,
that, in terms of not having an FOC?
That's the stage it's at.
Yep. What about the
I would have to look more closely at the PDSS. The defence-specific explanation. In fact, I'm not even sure that more than just describe that the they didn't have the FOC forecast. I can check for you.
All right. And the Pacific Patrol Boat Replacement Project? A date and an absence of explanation?
No. I think I'm more describing my memory than anything else. We can check for you.
Sorry, can you recall a major projects report where a third of the projects in auditing haven't had a
report makes clear that this was the first time this has occurred.
do the guideline and how does that impact upon and I don't mean this in a pejorative way, but the quality that you deliver on the MPR projects? I'm not talking from the professionalism and capability of the work you the information that comes in.
What we try to do with the MPR is ability of the information defence producers to be relied upon. So it's a limited assurance opinion, which basically, and by that I mean is that from the information and work we've done, we think would say from the work we've done where we it's just a lower level of assurance than we do on other things, and that's the kind of work we do. But then we do an associated amount of analysis where we try and do our time series comparison of the performance of and because there's such a significant reduction in the number of ones with FOC, we found that we couldn't relative performance of the department with respect to those. It's reduced the quality of the analysis that we've undertaken.
Is there a process or a dialogue from happening in next year's MPR report, or potentially getting worse in next year's MPR report? Is there a dialogue between the two institutions?
I think
this over the next 12 months?
I think this was a ACPAA, and those type of conversations will likely happen they usually do a review report, and I suspect some of that conversation would happen in that inquiry.
In terms of being able to adequately audit the MPR projects.
To the contrary, we got all the material. There's material not published that we have seen to do the assurance.
You didn't get the forecast date in?
No.
No, we did. We've got all the forecast information published.
So for those that there is a forecast.
But whether you didn't have a settled... Yes. No, I understand that. And there were 3 projects that didn't disclose their...
Mr. Shibby, I'd like to rotate the call very shortly, so I'm just...
there were 3 projects where you were requested not the FOC forecast date, but then there were 4 projects PDSS was withheld from publication on security grounds.
3, yes, on security grounds.
3 non-published.
Yep.
So
The quote is 4.
in 3 cases, FOC those 2 categories we discussed. That group made up Marine and the Hunter class, and then the second category was the Overlander and Pacific Patrol boat.
All right. And can you provide the budget, the budget, the projects on which there was no disclose? You said it's 33%.
33%.
Of the number. What is it as a? What is the budget of the
I'm
projects?
sorry, we'd have to calculate that. I don't think we didn't aggregate.
That analysis isn't in the report.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Reynolds, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, and good evening. I've just got a couple of questions that are follow-up from a hearing we had in another committee on Friday last week, where very effectively deputised for you. But there was just a few that I wanted to follow up here this evening. And that was in relation to the hearing with the Home Affairs Secretary. And there was a number of comments he made about adverse reflections, I think unfairly, on the ANAO. Catch up about that?
There's been a very brief exchange post all this.
Okay. About the templated nature of now, the Deputy, Ms Melos, had mentioned that they're not in fact templated, and I they're the same findings over and over again. But I'm just wondering if you could just respond about how you prepare the audit report. Are they in fact templated from one report to that?
We audit again frameworks which are established, so the audit. Yes. So we audit against the most of our audits which are activities against what they're required to do under the and most audits pick from entities are required to do. So we would select individually for each audit what the group of questions that you would ask in it, depending on the objective, because the framework that they must comply with is at the end of the day. So they're required to do, and that's the CPR and rules that they set out for their own entity, and then more detail underneath that about what the expectations are, and that's what we audit against. So that's what an audit is. None with respect to the conclusion, because we go into as a clean slate. We're testing forward. There is nothing templated about conclusions from that point of view, other than structure. We read, so we use a common set of language in most reports. dealing with. So we use words like largely effective, partially effective, ineffective as
a common format, as you said, or framework.
to the individual audit that we're doing. Yes.
Thank you very much. I wouldn't mind when I know the Hansard's not available, so that's why I don't back and just having a look. And if you think there's anything else that requires clarification in terms. There was quite a discussion the role of culture, organisational culture, and also the approach to risk. In relation to observation about the importance of that to procurement and also to
There's been evidence over a number of years been trying to build more analysis of our audit work across the fields of our the Department of Agriculture's we've done cultural type audits, how they're implemented cultural reform programs there, and what I think an observation with respect to procurement that what we is it procurement or general activities tended to reflect the expectations of level of compliance with rules that is expected. People in organisations achieve an outcome. Like I don't think in any solution that people go in, or it's very rare. And often that has a cultural. So we've.
So on this particular question, so the staff at a department or an agency's leadership engenders some of the negative findings that we have in terms.
I think it's the compliance and that entities put in place and how much expectation that's the sort of cultural behaviour that I'll be talking about.
We also discussed at some length fleets of Corollas rather than fleets of aircraft. Tell us how they look at between auditing a service contract, so to deliver a service, material purchase plus
between owning an asset and having
you're renting it or whether you're actually owning it and managing it yourself.
You have to undertake in total are different. If you directly yourself for the maintenance of it and making sure that it's at an operation, leasing it, you have a contractual responsibility. Keeps the asset at an operating, that in a service contract, particularly a long-term, about that the contract would have expectations of quantity to be able to deliver. Manager is to ensure that that happens. If you job to make sure that the assets are there and the service outcome that you want.
But very different in terms of procurement and
the activities you undertake,
yeah.
But the performance monitoring.
Senator Reynolds. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing again. Mine are very short questions. Conducted and ANAO has been sent submissions. Would it be used
most of our adults we put out for public consultation. Contribution that we don't text, we don't reply to people that what we're doing with them.
to my next question then? Why have submitters of submissions on that? Okay. How many written submissions to this?
Colin, do you have the number?
We'll look it up.
Tabled the audit.
The audit's still in flight.
The audit's still in progress.
We're still doing it.
Submissions have you received?
We haven't got that in front of us.
Please. Thank you. And last question, is it intended to
makes it quite, Robert, is that my view that I don't have no Commonwealth funds involved.
Who've made submissions have raised and don't amongst there that have raised questions about that were made by the Commonwealth.
So
we don't have jurisdiction.
No,
via the states?
They're using state.
That's not our understanding of it. The submissions you're talking about.
Pretty important to us, yeah, and a lot of people in Queensland.
The information that we've been given, Commonwealth funds weren't used for that purpose.
My understanding is Commonwealth funds.
That's not the information that we have. We'll include some information at the moment.
Okay.
Senator Roberts. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Chair. Fund. Can you
What rounds the Australian National Audit Office look
Audit
So you just
lottery.
bring the whole file.
What you're asking about. It's very hard to predict.
So its benefit, I can respond to one of the information is at page 5 and the overland 4, section alas, you are well experienced.
Fund, we looked at 8 selection processes.
What rounds were they?
Selection processes that had been completed. 1.
Yeah, so did that include
It included round 1, round 4, round 5 infrastructure and round 5 Northern Territory.
Okay. Can you and recommendations were made?
And partly consistent with the Commonwealth grant rules and guidelines. There were largely appropriate grant opportunity guide processes. But the key shortcomings were result. It took a lot longer than anticipated. With relatively low applications that had achieved higher scores. They could have been better developed for 3 of the selection programs, as well as the early intervention. Also, the appraisal or the merit criteria employed in the 3 most recent selection processes, which were all within the 5th round, been employed, and also the Department of Home Affairs that makes the funding guidelines become less clear on which minister would make the grant funding decisions.
Okay, thank you. Explain the difference between
apply with a could take multiple forms, but usually it won't be.
And can you please just step through? Looks like
normally look like.
Yeah, for these
for these ones, I'll just need to find those details.
On what the other normal process looks like.
So usually in your grants guidelines, you'd set out assessment criteria, and then you would expect criteria and applications to be ranked against those criteria.
And what happened in this instance?
So in this instance, that is those that ranked.
Okay. Why is it that the ranking process is important?
Grant programs, depending on the idea, is that the under the guidelines, you've got a in order to see who gets the process. And what's expected under the grant rules is that the department would usually the guidelines. It would advise the decision maker, whether it's an official or a minister, and then the decision maker doesn't have to make the decision that is recommended to them because they're the decision maker. But what's the the grant rules is that to be aware of the evidence, and in the grant context with the recommendations of the assessment panel that meet the requirement of the rules, if you have a reason for your disagreement. That you would expect to be put in place, and that's in there so that there can be.
Absolutely. Received across the selection against or in accordance with the relevant grant opportunity guidelines, and an astounding 54% of funding decisions have recorded.
That's
So 54%. There wasn't a clear. Can I ask if any processes have been updated for future?
We always look backwards, not forward. We're not looking at what's coming next. We're looking at what happened. Run.
Okay, so there wasn't necessarily an issue with the funding decisions not being recorded. There's nothing we need to tighten up.
Tighten things like that up in the future, but back to check whether they've implemented that.
This process, and you can.
So then it kind of answers my next question. If it's kind of on your radar, if you're seeking to. Question?
Sorry?
We're building our audit program now. Comes up as a priority. Bit of a crystal ball.
Senator Stewart referenced before.
It, and in amongst all the other things, it'll be considered in the formation of the annual audit work program.
So we won't know if it
from us. I guess what I'm Parliament, and in the absence then.
Another point raised is that records of decisions did not set out how information collected during ministerial representations from parliamentarians. Opportunity guidelines. You found Parliament visits or pre-existing
point in what you said related to the documentation of how information was used to make a decision. what we saw. There's nothing in the ministers or other decision makers bringing information into the decision-making process. I don't think that consistent with the framework for a decision maker. It's consistent with the framework for a minister to ask other parliamentarians' views. The issue that we have is when you don't see documents, that information is brought. If there's a variation from the be a reason for the decision, and then you can't rely on the expectation is to suggest as good practice. Department that rationale so that they can fully support ministers in carrying out their functions or other decision makers in carrying out. It's the role of departments to make sure that the rules are fully complied with.
And so do you see that happen regularly then? Or are you not able to comment because you didn't actually get it documented?
Do we see the meeting? We see the documentation occurring. I can't say regularly or not, but it's not recall off the top of my head. Decisions have been made which aren't. There's been documentation of the
December last year, the former on reallocating funding from 19 projects towards new projects after ministerial visits. Intervene, it's the responsibility to serve and protect, and that's what I did. That is something which cannot be written in mere words directly. Why is it important all grant applicants apply in writing?
I don't think the rules say that, do they? I'll go back to what we do. It's the framework that's established. In most, whether it's lines are established for an expectation that those seeking the grant will make an application which will be assessed. Expectation of how those things would be carried out.
And why is that important?
Well, first of all, it's a rule that's made by the government for people to comply with.
It's a rule that shouldn't be broken, yeah.
Well, it's a rule. And one of the premises, of course, is to encourage the proper use of public responsibilities around effectiveness, efficiency, economy and ethics. And most of the rules that the Finance Minister makes and the procurement rules have values in them around equity and transparency. And so those rule frameworks, public servants act themselves as officials or advise others, create that. There isn't a grant category of ad hoc General says, then you still need some guidelines against which to assess whether the applicant that you've approached can so that the rules themselves have sort of broad objectives right up front, and they drive.
Yeah, fairness. The rules are based around all applicants being treated equitably, which is part of the process. People against them on a transparent way helps demonstrate that you're doing that. That appropriate documentation is held now, and having written applications is the standard way. But there's nothing in the grant rules process where information other than that put in the grant applications is considered, in fact, to be included, like assessment of the capability of the entity through external sources, etc.
You wanted to say something before? No?
No, your General's just said it.
Great, great. So potentially it sounds like there was as a member of the former government, you might have been bumped to the top of the list, even if you, on merit, didn't warrant it. Important in order to have their funding reduced. Can someone answer that question for me?
I think that's one of the areas where we didn't see the. So we don't know. So I think that's probably a question for the department.
Another friends with benefits question. Can the projects that had their funding reduced in order to fund Mr Wood's captain's picks?
I don't believe we include that information in the department.
So when we make a report to the Parliament, we include not to provide any further information. So we don't provide lists of spreadsheets or applicants and things like that unless it's in the report.
You can seek it off them.
Certainly, they've got a requirement to publish in don't obviously publish who didn't, and nor more broadly who applied.
Okay. And picks captain's picks by saying, I have the authority to do good for people under the Commonwealth grants rules and guidelines and will not hesitate to do. Why is it an issue if the Assistant Minister thought he could allocate funding wherever he liked, thus reducing funding regardless of the recommendation of the department?
I can only go back to what our issue is around the not the ability of decision makers to make decisions. As for is the process through to the decision, so it's clear why decisions are made. And if we can't see that.
Thank you. And there's just two final questions from me, Chair, that I'm happy to hand over. I note that in marginal versus safely held seats, is this something that you found in your investigation? Funds, grants were being used or inappropriately politicised? That's
sorry,
completely
the auditor who did that isn't here. It didn't do this. Sitting here to answer the question.
So we concluded that funding was awarded to projects and rural areas at rates consistent with the population of applications received. for applications, which was 85% of the funding across those 8 selection processes. Was reflective of the applications received. Applications were received from identified as Jewish or Christian for funding awarded to community groups identifying as Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu or Sikh, and applications received or grant funding awarded.
Thank you. But you don't have the you don't have the breakdown on what would be considered marginal versus safe seats.
Here we go.
That's okay.
It's analysis that we do.
Just found it.
She's found it.
Projects located solely in a coalition-held electorate received funding. Funding was awarded to electorates categorised as safe on 40 coalition-held electorate, fairly safe, located solely in an electorate held by the Australian Labor Party, represented 27% of total projects. In all but one instance, the location was in a marginal electorate involving 99% of the funding awarded to projects.
Okay, that's a lot of numbers.
What we found was that in this case, input to it, so it reflected it. The decisions reflect. Well, broadly, funding. That's what we reported in the report.
And we also concluded there was no trend evident, being more or less likely to have been approved for funding in aggregate.
Right. Sorry, what was that, Jill? I've already asked that. Yeah. I've just got one final hypothetical, if that's okay, and then okay.
I'm sure you'll frame it
That's okay.
in a proper way.
Would it be appropriate for a political party candidate to make an election commitment, committing a government
It's not some government's processes for decision making. We don't audit election. So it's not something which is within the ambit of what we the scope of the work of the Audit Office.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Office of National Intelligence, after a very brief
Very clever.
yeah, let's try and finish. Past. No, 25 past. I've had a plea. Office of National Intelligence, and I welcome the Director General of National Intelligence, Mr. Andrew Shearer, of the Office of National Intelligence. Mr. Shearer, do you have an opening statement for us this evening? Would you like to make one?
Thank you, Chair. Just a short one. Good evening. past year have reinforced that Australia is facing some of its most complex strategic circumstances since increasing demands on ONI and the national intelligence community. Regional stability and prosperity are being increasingly challenged, intensifying great power competition. The epicentre of major power contestation is, of course, our region, the Indo-Pacific, where China is driving to become the world's leading power, and the United States is looking to step up its engagement and push back. Russia's invasion of Ukraine represents the greatest challenge to security in Europe since the height of the Cold War, but of course it too has implications for our own region. We're also seeing the impact of the West drawdown and a broader reorientation to the Indo-Pacific. Simultaneously, trends relating to technological advances, safety, transnational crime, espionage and foreign interference continue to shape the national security landscape and test intelligence capabilities and preparedness. Adding to this are the intense global economic challenges resulting from the impact of COVID, the diverse impacts of climate change, the invasion of Ukraine and the attendant supply chain disruption and food and energy insecurity, which are fueling further destabilisation. ONI's role amidst this uncertainty remains helping government make sense of the complexities and the strategic political of these trends for Australia. Senior decision makers rely on us to help them navigate uncertainty and feedback that our products continue to be valued for their timely insights and frank judgments. Our open source function is growing rapidly and is responding closely with our all-source assessments role. In parallel, continues to strengthen our enterprise-level leadership, coordination and evaluation. A diverse and complex range of problems has placed a heavy onus on ONI and the broader national for their hard work and dedication, rising to the challenge repeatedly over 3 very intense years of interpreting rapidly unfolding events. I also want to acknowledge the hard work of the other 9 agencies of the national intelligence community. Together, we are working increasingly closely and effectively as a community. The Australian Government and taxpayers make a substantial investment in our intelligence capabilities, and ONI is committed to meeting their legitimate expectations of us and ensuring we a safe and prosperous Australia. The pressures on the intelligence community may never have been greater. Efforts in protecting and advancing our national interests in this new and
Thank you very much, and thank you for the work you do and your... Senator Sheldon has sought the call. I'm sure.
Senator, I have a lot of personal annotations.
If you could do that, I think it's something we should be able, we'd like to be able to refer to.
Certainly.
If you could, so if you could arrange for someone.
Senator Sheldon.
Good. Again, thank you very much for that introduction, Mr Chair, and also to the Director General Tall. And of course, you know, the important role that ONI plays in coordinating the intelligence community is critical to our national interests. On the new MyClearance security vetting system, I understand that several intelligence agencies process their own security. Is it true that some intelligence agencies, ONI and others, use MyClearance vetting system?
Clearance vetting system is administered by AGSFA, which is part of Defence.
use AGSFA and therefore my clearance for their security vetting. Majority of security clearances ourselves through the new TSPA. As part of our broader security vetting processes, data that might be held by AGSFA, and that's where the
So is there and the other agencies that use do they all use, or do some of them use, the My Clearance system?
comment, but I can comment on ONI's involvement in our check a holding that AGSFA might have on My Clearance to try and access that information from AGSFA.
Agencies, intelligence and the intelligence community that you do coordination of circumstances?
Yes, some of them would, Senator.
Are you aware which particular ones? Is there any just that jumps to mind?
One that jumps to mind is
Are you aware of any delays since the introduction of My Clearance in processing security clearance across the intelligence community? What are these delays having on the intelligence community?
Senator, assessment of the impact right across the community, but I can comment on ONI's own experience, where we would refer to AGSFA for information. There has been a slower response time in getting that information back from AGSFA since the My Clearance system was introduced.
So is that affecting the intelligence community's ability to recruit, retain or on?
It is causing, in some cases, a lengthening
Has ONI, or if you're aware of any other intelligence agencies, raised its concerns with My Clearance?
There have been very frequent briefings by Defence to rectify those problems. We are intensive effort underway led by Defence to rectify the situation.
So, Mr. Chair, been raised with Defence directly as well.
These concerns have been widely discussed.
Yes, thanks. And you mentioned there's a series of daily conversations taking place regards My Clearance. Through that a little bit more if you can.
So again, Senator, in ONI's case and our dealings with AGSFA, what we've done is, because there have been issues accessing the electronic portal through which My Clearance is meant to transfer data, for example, resort to making phone calls to access that information. So in effect, we've put in place for this period before the problems during this period, before the problems are rectified, we've put in place workarounds.
So that's sort of like your My Clearance, these workarounds. Is that
that's correct?
What you describe as? Yeah.
Yes.
Are you aware of other intelligence agencies that are trying to do these workarounds as well?
Only anecdotally, Senator.
What delays in the worst case scenario and what might be felt as something less than that, is there delay? What sort of length is the delay? Clearance system was put in place?
So, Senator, the My Clearance system, as I understand it, is meant to produce very rapid transfer of that data. In some cases, we've experienced hours of delay or numbers of days of delay in.
Has it been more, when you say numbers of days, it could be 3, 4, 5, or it could be 14 or 20, or?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Are you aware of it being, longer than, a month or so, or a couple of months?
I'm not, Senator, but again, I'd have to take that on notice to be sure.
I've got other further questions.
Senator Colbeck.
Thanks, Chair. Look, just a couple of things in your opening statement from the quick notes that I took. Circumstances we find ourselves in a pretty stark framework. And you have indicated a sense of a range of those different issues that we're facing. Resources, and it is reflective of a bit of the questions that Senator Sheldon's just asked you about how all of those things are working and coming together. But I would have thought it's a time for maximising the capacity of the resources across all of the agencies that are working on this. That would be.
That's correct, Deputy Chair.
So, in a budgetary context circumstance, the next budget cycle of, say, 3 years.
So, Deputy Chair, just to be clear about my reference, I wasn't saying that our situation is identical to the situation Australia faced. It's the speed at which they're unfolding, the complex interrelationships between them. All of those are driving the level of strategic certainty and risk that I highlighted. In terms of our resources, you're absolutely right. I feel a very heavy responsibility, as I said in my opening statement, to make sure that the investments that taxpayers and government trust with us are optimised. I'm very conscious. And we are trying to do that in different ways. Introduced, as I mentioned, a top secret privileged access vetting hub, which will consolidate, scale up and establish a shared top secret cloud environment that all of the agencies of our national intelligence community can use together to strengthen their collaboration. And when I sit down with my counterparts and my senior team, we are constantly talking about how the intelligence community can work together in new ways to maximise our capabilities. Your question about the desired level of resources, which is always a tempting question to have a bit of a flash at. But what I would say is that the previous government and the current government between them have made very substantial in our intelligence communities, intelligence agencies, whether it's in signals intelligence and in human intelligence or security intelligence. And my focus is very much working with my counterparts to make sure that we deliver and that those investments ensure a safe and prosperous.
The speed of events would be making the environment more complex, but also agencies that are operating in this environment, those 10 agencies, would be even more critical.
Deputy Chair, and I would add to that answer our partnerships. So, of course, the Five Eyes is right at the heart of almost everything we do. Making sure that we're optimising that international partnership is vital into our work. Japan and India through the Quad. All of those can be, if you like, force multipliers for our work. We can't do this work on our own.
Which provides you with additional intelligence and additional capacity by bringing all of those things together.
Absolutely. We can generate scale and unique by broadening that network of relationships.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. I think Senator available this evening. You mentioned the workaround. How long place?
Well, Senator, there I'm very much in the hands of AGSFA and Defence and their remediation effort. They assure us that they're working as hard as possible to resolve this problem. It's got a number of facets. Those aspects have already been resolved, but the answer to your question really is one for AGSFA and the Defence.
Is through your risk lens, through your own risk lens, what how long these workarounds will be necessary to remain in place?
Senator, sorry, I'd like to be more helpful, but I really don't have answers that I could. But I will say that this is a very urgent requirement.
Is that a plea to AGSFA?
I know from at AGSFA that they understand very clearly what's at stake here, and I don't need to plead with them.
Thank you. The top secret cloud that you talked about is an ASD.
It's a national intelligence community project, but it is co-led by my office, ONI, and ASD.
Great, thank you. And the vetting issue is a AGSFA matter?
AGSFA matter for defence.
Opening statement. While we're focused, what other threats are being neglected or?
So, Senator, a very large part of Australia are not neglected, and we can never just focus on threat. So we have a very complex to make sure that our resources are well aligned with the major threats away, either in its domestic or its international aspects. I mentioned the threats that flow from climate and movements and other matters of that sort. Transnational organised crime, we've seen in some respects since the pandemic of online organised crime. Transnational criminals are very highly organised and adaptive. Threat not only in the obvious brutal military sense that it's displayed in, but operates formidable cyber and other subversive tools of, and it does that not only in Europe but globally. Is a matter of considerable concern. Point to North Korea, where it has a very nuclear weapons program and missile program. Its test constitutes a very significant threat.
So is it right to characterise these other threats as imminent as well?
or are they... I don't think they can be sorted quite as easily into... That we think about threat is that it has two components. There's a component, that's what you can do, and there's an intent component, and that's what you plan to do. In a number of these cases, what we see is steadily increasing very serious concern, and once you have capability, intention quickly. So the key to the art of intelligence, selection, the agents, the signals intelligence, to be able becomes imminent. So we put a huge amount of work into understanding this. I can't say to you that or for that matter, Russia to conduct attacks on Australia, but
the Republic of China reflect what is being observed by the...
Senator, it's really too hard to generalise in the media, and assessment of that threat.
That is the correct answer, Mr. Chair. Ukraine can be observed policy, do you think?
The question says colleagues on that, I think.
Yeah. We've seen a high Indian Pacific region should there be an escalation of
to apply when we don't know the circumstances. And the Indo-Pacific is hypothetical, and therefore it's very about the precise meaning in our region.
Are you preparing for conflict?
ONI has a make sure that our office and that's probably as far as...
If we think about possible conflict, what size that conflict will be?
Hypothetically occur in a series of flags globally, so it's impossible to know much more about the parameters.
So rather than... Thank you very much for everything you do. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
I think Senator Colbeck can... pop forward. Thank you.
Have you changed your name, have you?
Sheldon was Senator Sheldon. Sorry. What did I say? I can't even remember.
Just a quick... on the question regards... there are delays of over 100 happened since the program's come in.
ONI's exposure to this, and in our case, clarified, but it would be a handful. There are longer than normal period while this issue is rectified.
Thank you.
Come forward, and thank you very much for your evidence today, and I do very quickly. As far as we're aware, it is just council. Oh, okay. The program was not scheduled on the basis.
Australia Council question.
I don't know. That's what.
Yeah.
Okay. I did call Senator Roberts down, but I'll just see who's got the longer list. I beg your pardon? Yeah, great. Of the National Australia Day Council. Do you have an opening?
Thank you, Chair. Carly Brand, CEO of the National Australia.
I will give the call to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for appearing today or tonight. Now, I'm very clear that changing the date would do nothing to help anyone. Does the Council hold a position on the date of Australia Day?
Australia Day Council's remit is to exercise Australia Day on the date that the government sets.
Thank you. Date the celebration of Australia Day as the 20th.
Very proud of what we've achieved in recent years, including the messaging of reflect, respect and celebrate Australians to understand our history, understanding come and where we're going into the future. We do this state and local councils, as well as that enables local grassroots celebration.
Very much appreciated Ms Brand's response, because that's what I understand the Council was set up to do, to manage Australia Day. That's it.
Senator Hume.
Thank you. And can I just ask about, there was issued under the former government that limited, you're aware of
yes.
that? And for the public service to revoke that directive?
I'm sorry, that's probably not my area of expertise to comment on, I'm afraid.
Okay.
I am aware of the directive. Something we've been participating in.
Then with the Australia Day Council that would then essentially allow from Australia Day to another day?
No, we haven't been involved.
Is that something that you would like to be involved with as an organisation?
I think that is our role, to encourage Australians to participate and to engage on Australia Day. Set around that to encourage Australians to have a public holiday or not, I don't think is our space.
So you don't have a view as to whether the date mark Australia Day should be movable? Very committed Australia Day Council.
To encouraging Australians to participate and engage on the date that we are given.
That sounds like a very diplomatic Australia Day Council.
The call for the Australia Day Council, noting we do also want
pronunciation, that there was a review into effectively, I suppose, the governance of the Australia Day Council by, is it Beauchamp or Beauchamp?
Oh.
Depends which side of the track you come from. Okay, cool. Now, my understanding is that previous special minister asking the chair to implement from the review. Can you, first of all, I'm unsure whether the review has been a copy of the what were they, and in terms of their implementation?
The review was tabled last year, so it is public. Is directing the executive to participate in is mainly around putting together people that have been put forward that look at the governance and the administration, particularly of the board, and how that's meetings, a number of committees, directors that are sitting on this, etc. And these by the People and Culture Committee about July last year, and are will be implemented in due course. It's continuing to be monitored.
Okay, well, perhaps on notice then, in relation to contained within the review, what stage that each recommendation is at. If you could take that on notice, please.
Yes, I can take that on notice. I didn't provide you earlier that there were about 6 recommendations that related to PM&C or the responsible minister. So competencies of directors when filling vacancies, and 10 recommendations which related to actions for NADC that I referred to, and strengthening board inductions and reviewing board charters, all of which are in...
If, as I said, on notice, if
yes,
you
we
get
will.
A status update on those recommendations, please.
Thank you, we will.
Chair, I just have I just wanted to national pride and unity. Can the council just outline how they ensure that the recipients of the prestigious
National Australia Day Council delivers. I truly do believe it's building national pride and unity. It's around this program. So individuals nominate, we engage with the states and territories that are being considered is conducted, and they're considered at both the state and then that national level. That inspirational element. So we have many discussions of that at that state level and at the board discussions. So Australians of the Year, I think that there are many across the state and territories. The diversity is strong, and so wonderful people that are demonstrating pride and unity.
Is there a budget allocated for recipients? I mean, I assume there is one budget for recipients to attend events, participate, travel.
How that works, Senator, is as you would be aware, it's an award, not a role. So what we do is to work out what their priorities are and how we can assist. Some have strong teams around them, some the country that require larger travel budgets. We provide an allocation of $30,000 per each of the finalists to do with in a way that chooses for them, for their strategic priorities. I hope that answers your question.
Budget is $30,000.
Young and the local, it's $30,000 choice as to, as I gave examples, maybe they need help with travel. Then provide support as well through with administration and requests that come through where we can, but it's up.
Okay, so I guess specifically one of the recipients is also a proponent for the voice. So his remit would then be to voice in the referendum using the Australia Day Council's resources to do that.
So Tom has been what he chooses to focus on in terms of his area of expertise, of passion and drive. Yes, like all of the other recipients, he will be eligible to utilise those funds just.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. That's all I have questions for.
Thank you. We're now able.
Debate and discussion around Australia Day make the job of the council more difficult?
Of the debate that community are having, but we strongly focus on encouraging Australians to that we believe Australians of today feel comfortable with. So that's what I referred to before around that messaging of reflect and acknowledging that we've all got a part to play.
If the government was to consider changing the date of Australia Day from in a consultation process about that?
That would be a matter for government and we would take direction as required.
I'm just thinking about...
I can't talk for the board. We're available when the government...
Does it make the job more difficult?
I don't describe it as difficult. I describe it as extremely important. One of national...
Right, but it is the council's position to support the 26th of January as Australia Day?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks to the National Australia Day Council for your evidence and cooperation at estimate. Senator, the Honourable Don Farrell, Special Minister of State and Minister for Trade and Tourism, and the Electoral Commission officers from the AEC. Good evening. Mr. Rogers, did you have an opening statement? Or I guess given the hour, we'd be very grateful for one that was tabled to our ears. Senator McGrath, you have the call.
No, I think Senator Hume.
All right, that's fine. I was.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr Rogers. The AEC would be aware, obviously, that the government's made a decision. Holds a referendum pamphlet outlining the yes and the no cases. Has the government might be delivered?
Good evening, Senator. We're aware of the discussions proceeds this week. So.
And do you have an indicative cost of what that pamphlet might be?
Because it would be one of a number of different things. You know, the householder guide that we send out at election time has a cost. I don't have that off the top. I think a figure of about 30 cents per household comes to mind. But again, I'm very treated as holy writ by some, and I'm then held to it.
Yeah,
so when we see the detail, we'll have a bit more.
Okay, I guess that I know. That's why I understood. I note under the Act, under Section 11, it stipulates that there are timelines for how the argument. How would these timelines fit with the ability of the AEC to deliver a pamphlet to households?
We'll be able to deliver that. And again, Senator, we've got a track record of when Parliament asks us to do something, we deliver.
And available in?
Had a look at the last, something like 70 pages. I know. Yeah. But if it's 70 pages, we translate a lot of our material into something like 30 culturally and linguistically languages. Most of those are oral. You'd be looking at a telephone book. So instead, what you will find is that if you to contact, either go to a website or contact our translation service to get those translations. A telephone booklet to every household translated into that number of languages. And I know you'd be aware of this, Senator, but this nuanced thing.
Pretty hard getting it nuanced in English too.
Translation's right, they've got to be assured, quality assured, to make sure that it doesn't inadvertently give the wrong materials, but it's highly unlikely. The last election, we translated our material into more languages than we've ever translated previously, so we're very keen to make sure electors have the information they need.
Just for this committee's sake, just on notice, would you mind providing us a list? Terrific.
And sorry, I know the hour, Senator, but I just want to be very careful with this. We also don't just make those decisions on language ourselves. Work out what are the most spoken languages and what we need to concentrate on. Of course, it doesn't work that way, but we do a pretty good job of trying to reach into all corners of the community.
I think 30 is pretty good. And disclosures regime. You've previously provided some evidence that the scheme the Commission in this broad consistency of electoral participants?
I see where you're getting with that process. Yeah, look, number of individuals who interact with the funding disclosure requirements have some sort of base level of knowledge, and that
political parties provides that sort of starting point for education efforts, auditing of expenditure and the enforcement regime.
We're fortunate, particularly the major parties, tend to have a degree of consistency of personnel
are for funding and disclosure.
So given that the government's position is that there's no official yes, obviously that you'll have the normal complexity in enforcing the regulations on donations and disclosure.
Well, Senator, clearly education campaign for everyone involved in the process, and in fact we have started preparing potentially small groups, my language, campaign on a particular issue, and they may well accrue an obligation, and they'll need to be over a large number of years, Senator, we have run an educative approach. It's our preference. But of course, at the end of that process, if people fail to comply with the legislation that's been set at the very end of that process, involved in the process about their obligations.
What happens if there is somebody that's a repeat offender? Approach, but a small organisation just persists in breaching its You've previously given evidence that the education program for participants in the auditing and the enforcement of donations on the costs that might be.
At the moment, Senator, and again, I'm conscious that that's part of a bill that's currently being debated, and we'll have to see what pops out at the other.
A couple of questions about the remote area mobile polling program, because obviously this referendum for Indigenous voters. So how will the AEC or referendum?
Senator, it's a great question because it gives me a chance to talk about a great service over many years to remote communities. And I have it in front of me. During the 2022 federal election, we had 38 mobile teams, delivered polling to. And there are many stories behind that, Senator, with one of our teams having a serious car accident, another one of the teams got and a whole range of things, but we go the extra mile to deliver the vote as far as we can to as many communities. In that process, we're in the middle of examining to make sure that we can match community expectations. This referendum, the need to make sure that this service makes sense for the communities where we're delivering. We do with this.
So, and I'm assuming that there's translation services to provide information.
Being with one of those teams in a remote community, in just so people know, in a materials translated into the 30 languages, the called languages we use for the remote area. An electronic that citizens can look at in the polling place. So again, we do try and take account of that, plus to assist us, and many of those have language skills as well, and they're able to assist us with that process.
Do you have an indication?
We're still involved in the planning of that.
Okay. And do you know how long the RAMP team?
It varies position by position, and that depends on the size. Historical element. We do try and work with the community. We're aware at the last election longer period, and that's why we're reviewing the service at the moment to make sure that we can meet those expectations.
To conduct the program, does that depend on the number of communities that you land on, or?
Well, this sort of services we provide at election time, I expect to provide this time around. But again, we just have to comes out of Parliament, but also the timing of the election, because that also has an impact as well. You know, if the election is the referendum is close to the wet season, that produces other issues, and each the provision of that service as well. So we try and take that into account as we're designing the service. Community expectations and gives every Australian the chance to have their say.
I had some questions on notice, but I would like to know whether your election readiness framework
readiness roadmap, which is assisting us already, Senator. I'm sure you know that we're.
Do you have another line of questioning?
Topic?
Yeah, on a different topic.
Any other coalition senators seeking the call tonight?
I will
AEC?
have questions, yes.
Okay, so we've got until 11 o'clock. I've got Senator Roberts. How long do you? Waters?
About the same, depending on the length of the answers. Mr. Rogers.
40 minutes to go. And 10 is.
I have about 5 minutes, Chair.
Okay, but I guess what take slightly less than 10 minutes, but can you go? I'm going to give the call now. And I can, and then if you don't mind, I'll give it to Senator Roberts, but is that okay?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask whether the AEC conducts payments that are made to them are tax deductible.
ATO and the organisation involved. That's not our issue.
I think the ATO, some of those answers relating to tax deductibility, which were also covered by this committee. Or the campaign of an independent candidate, it's only deductible when it's made to the candidate directly. Purposes of electoral donations?
Look, not that I'm something that excites the AEC. It is a matter for the ATO rather than for us.
I just want to draw your attention here. It says you are donating Independent Limited. Donations up to $1,500 in a calendar year are tax deductible. However, this Limited states that you are donating to our community's independent campaign, which is being managed by Kooyong Independent. So has the AEC provided any advice to candidates, to members, or to their connected?
We provide a significant amount of material educating members and senators about Let me be brave here and say I'd almost guarantee you we haven't provided tax advice about this particular issue. I'm happy if someone races forward with a post-it.
Has Ms Ryan, or sorry, Dr. around the Kooyong campaign approached you for advice on this?
I wouldn't know that. I'd have to take that on.
Chair, hello folks. Thank you very much for being here tonight at 10:20, Mr Rogers. So,
It's the right answer.
I've got a couple of lines of questioning. I'll start off with week an arrangement whereby Hancock Prospecting donated $150,000 to the Sydney. Then gave the money to the Liberal Party in a series of, I believe, $24,000 payments. The original donor return doesn't declare any donations to the Sydney Mining Club and only declares $1,500. So my question to you is, has Hancock Prospecting submitted an amended donor $1,000 donation to the Sydney Mining Club or to the Liberal Party?
Thanks, Senator. Look, I'm late, about Thursday of last week, and then there was a report in the ABC. Is that the money from the Sydney mining donation, so that's a specific category allowed under the Electoral Act. I wouldn't has submitted a donor return or not until, if they did, it was put on our website. But my understanding is a return to us. That occurred
Yes.
At a point. That matter is currently being processed by our what you've heard, that they have submitted a return.
Okay, and my question,
but it won't take us too long to do that, Senator, and then we'll...
Okay, thank you. Under the Commonwealth Electoral Act?
I think I'd wait until I have a look at but my initial look at it, Senator, as you know, there are a number of categories of allowed my initial look, it would broadly be in line with the legislation. I do reserve
in the Act to prevent schemes to get around disclosure obligations. Would you arrangement between Hancock Prospecting and the Sydney Mining Club breaches those provisions?
I don't have that detail at the moment, okay. Senator.
I think, subject to further confirmation, that it would probably be in compliance broadly with electoral laws.
Because, Senator, you know, as you know, there are a number of arrangements that are broadly similar here. I mean, very broadly, the Act allows for associated entities and significant third parties to make donations to political parties. So.
Indeed. When did the AEC become aware of this arrangement between Hancock Prospecting and Sydney Mining Club?
When I saw that in the 7:30 report, or the media reporting on the 7:30 report, whenever that was.
Yep. And have you undertaken any investigations as a result of being made aware of that?
As I said, we are looking at a return at the moment, Senator.
Okay. The investigation that you or anyone else might have undertaken, can other similar schemes haven't been used? And do you have a system?
Senator, I think there's a number of answers to that. I'm conscious that whenever I provide an answer to a question like that, it seems like I'm either defending, the existing system. I'm just explaining what the legislation is, but we have a number of things. So, for example, over a number of years, we're between about 20 to 30 compliance reviews every year. I made the decision and we review all all categories who have an obligation under the Act. Secondly, the Transparency Register, which we have enhanced following 2009, depth of information than has ever been put there before. So I was just looking at the figures before. Since 2000, thereabouts, our small team, but very effective team, and all of that is on a database that's searchable. And in fact, what we've noticed over the last 2 years is the big uptick in reporting has been facilitated by the fact that we've had that transparency register online. When we do those compliance reviews, we look at all aspects of those donations, including the sorts of issues that you're discussing there. So I think in terms of our role to administer legislation exactly the way it was designed by Parliament. Now, other people listening, Senator, will have other questions about the design of that. That's right.
Yes, yes, thank you. Compliance audits, you said you do 20 to 30.
In an election year and COVID obviously had an impact, but averaging up. Yeah.
Can I ask what audits conducted on third parties and associated entities returns for 2020 for 21-22 being
I'll
submitted?
take that on notice about those.
I was going to ask about what the outcomes of those audits were.
Any compliance reviews that have been completed on our website and available.
Okay. And have any systemic issues been identified that suggest that there's use of loopholes to avoid disclosure, or there's made that, perhaps an education might be able to fix, education campaign?
The stakeholders that have an obligation under that system. I would point out that if I look around the room here, pretty much every party submits amended returns. And if I look at the reason for that, you can just see that the are genuine mistakes. And a large political parties, not at the behest of the AEC, it's fairly shortly after they've submitted their made an error and they'll put that in. But we've not uncovered any at the Joint Standing Committee. Previously, people had views about those rules, but in terms of the rules, covered any large-scale or systemic issue that we think we need to.
More questions, if I could, Chair. I'll put the others on notice. Okay, thank you. About the proposal to lower the voting age to 16?
No.
No? Okay. Well, SCEM, you made some strong submissions in relation to allowing on-the-day enrolment for First Nations people. Is that a change that you'd like to see across the in relation to the referendum machinery bill?
Choosing my words carefully, I'd really like to see it for the referendum. Today in the Joint Standing Committee report.
Yes.
I know go further. It's one of those things that Parliament may not think is particularly significant at this point, but I guarantee get close to the event, it will become significant and it will become a cause that will catch the
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here. Good to see you again, Mr. Rogers.
Good to see you, Senator.
The electoral Legislation amendment, Assurance of Senate Counting Act of 2021, specific audits to the Electoral Act. Now, our office has the full Axiom audit scanning accuracy report, which took a Freedom of Information request by AA, required the Australian Signals Directorate or their nominee, called the Assurance of Security of Computer Systems for Scrutiny of Votes.
I might just call Ms Gleeson forward for a moment. I might just talk generally, Senator, but under that legislation, and we work closely with our partners, ASC and ASD, and we fulfilled whatever.
Thanks, Senator. So, alignment with Section 273AA, accredited assessors did security risk assessments of applicable systems prior to the 2022. And a statement of assurance to that effect was published requirements on the AEC's website on the 19th of May.
19th. So that checked that no malicious access could be there. The legislation also required the Australian Signal, which may contain recommendations to the Commissioner. Did you get contain recommendations for system enhancements?
Senator, can I clarify you're talking about the IRAP assessment?
From the Australian Signals Directorate. I don't know what terminology is called.
Could I perhaps pick up?
Assessment.
I think that the IRAP assessment, from memory, had recommendations for enhancements, and those recommendations before the election.
That was in May, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you responded under Section Clause 4? And if not, what Minister see the relevant documents?
I don't.
AA Clause 4, or brackets 4.
Unless someone's going to correct me, we were well aware of our responsibilities under that, of the requirements that were put upon us, were responsible with the approach we took at the election.
Yeah, it's just it's with you directly at all, but we asked this. And I asked them 6 different questions on, and they couldn't answer them. They had to take them all. B, quote, assurance of accuracy of counting software for scrutiny to commence on 1st of January 2023. And if not, when is it going to start?
We are aware of our obligations under that, and we've commenced planning.
3AC, quote, ballot paper scrutiny of votes in Senate election. From the Axiom audit documents, fees and the AEC costs, and how many staff were in the temporary election workforce?
I'd have to confirm the other day. I think it's around about the 700,000 mark for the cost. Senator, I'd have to take that on notice.
Yes, please.
But we had a number of staff. So about 700,000 cost. A number of staff were involved in that process. I think again demonstrated the process that we've got in place.
Item 1.15. Sample selection was based on schedules of extraction times to secret Quote, at any time did the AEC, which may happen when an auditor is standing there waiting to finish the count.
I don't really understand the question. If you're the audit team from Axiom, as I understand it, I'm happy to correct that.
Well, that leads, which is 1.23. The AEC, effectively the AEC audited the AEC, is that correct?
Auditors who were an independent audit process accepted audit standards, and I reject that totally. That is an assessment of what occurred.
Senator Roberts, I hope you'll so I can give the coalition the remaining
another
time.
3 minutes. Perform their duties remotely. Staff are not present during the audit.
Sorry?
We're actually
every capital city around Australia. So
that.
They had a team that were there in each of the sites.
% confidence level is 0.77%, and at 99 it's 0.89%. Finally, now as to how accurate your count is. The 0.5%. Your probable error rate is 0.77%. Yes?
No, that's not. Heading with this, Senator, as I've said, personal briefing.
Well, we'd accept that. That'd be great.
Rather than going through the detail of, don't have that level of fidelity of detail here on an error rate. Even the auditors written ballots where there are discussions about the interpretation personal briefing, as I've offered before. If that's where you want a better understanding of the processes that we had in place.
That'd be welcome. Next, the issue of blank ballot. Used to be labelled group.
They are blank, whatever they used to be, Senator, in accordance with the existing legislation.
Of AEC staff advising voters to.
Sorry, Senator. AEC staff, and this was standing committee. Small number in no way represents staff and citizens accurately telling them which way believed to be a spurious issue at best, and we've discussed this previously. The call centres, we provided scripts for the to the extent that it did or did not occur, it did not represent any form of systemic issue. I have no proof that those are real, and claims have been advanced. The individuals who have
Let me just say that I've heard.
I have to tell you,
Roberts, I'm sorry, I do need to.
That was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My questions are around the engaging subcontracted organisations. Is it select tender, expression of interest, or through public?
The Deputy Commissioner to make some
and we had, I think, tendering process, and we've just finalised our evaluation of those, and we're currently assessing some. But just to be clear, that is actually so we will make just.
Their assessment, I guess, how much of the with political neutrality?
Well, political, like everything we do, was certainly a component of. So, yeah, I'd expect it was a fairly big feature. I wasn't involved in it myself, but I can take.
That'd be great. Thank you. And I guess what steps are the AEC taking to ensure that participants aren't telling people how to vote? And as part of that, experience on the ground at many voting booths in remote communities, is there a more fully digitalised language in?
I might start off. Being very neutral in how they provide it. Of course, it's a fraught area and it's easy to get neutrality. Both our permanent staff and our temporary
Also add that political neutrality is a feature of the agreement that we have with our 82 Indigenous organisations that are our partners. Of every partnership going forward, and we also do work with our Indigenous partners to explain what we and where necessary we have currently 24 about how to enrol, how to vote, how to apply to a work to and we have staff that are able to the best of our ability. So at the moment.
Being able to provide an interpreter to be able to oversee, to ensure that, for example, when scrutineers are obviously enlisted on the spot at voting booths who speak the language are personally within the booths, I've certainly personally been aware of people within voting booths on without the hasn't been somebody there at that time.
We are conscious of that. It's why we've got last election we had than we've ever had. .something% of the entire temporary workforce was Indigenous. So the last election we had more Indigenous workers than ever. We're in those areas. We are conscious of it. Senator, and we try to focus on it as well.
So how do you counteract exploitation? Community I was present at that had a broadcasting going out from their on loudspeaker instructing people to vote, and within earshot to effectively.
One would hope that is actually against the legislation. If you're actually broadcasting into a polling place that could be heard, that's actually a breach of the Electoral Act. So we would take action immediately to try and get that, particularly in small communities, as you know, Senator, but we really are trying to focus on that, to have a scheme in place to provide sufficient support.
And how do you overcome exploitation such as vulnerable Indigenous voters, like town camps, provided with how to vote material in the vehicle and then drop direct? How do you counteract that level?
I'm presuming residents get to the polling place, there might be provided a breach of the legislation. I understand the broad point you make. Not just for the AEC, but for everyone involved in this process. I've said previously that we don't. Parties, candidates are citizens, and so working collectively, we would try to make sure that the event is conducted influenced, and it's something I think we achieved pretty well at election time as well.
Is there appetite, for example, during the remote to withdraw candidates and party people to undertake a vote with the AEC only, to provide that opportunity? A system that I feel a better system needs to be in place.
That would be a matter for Parliament, Senator, rather than the AEC at the moment. Scrutineers are involved in the process. We're administering the legislation the way it's written. I understand the point you're making, but that would be a matter for the Joint Standing Committee.
For vulnerable people, toward voting a particular way, especially given the high rates of domestic and family women forced into voting in a particular way in those vulnerable communities.
Well, there's several layers. Responses, our education campaign and our outreach with our partners all over Australia. At the moment, we've got, I think, something like 80 formal partnerships. I think there's quite a number on top of that. We don't have a formal arrangement with, but that help us. They do work in the community. They partner responsibilities. One of the roles of the AEC is to provide a safe space for people to express their democratic will. Our instructed what to look out for that, and they'll be coerced in the polling place. But of course, Senator, as you know, our writ finishes 6 metres outside the polling.
Okay, thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you. A couple of areas of question. Being consulted on any proposal to provide voting rights for New Zealand citizens in Australian elections?
I don't.
Has the AEC been provided with or contributed to any legal or constitutional advice on the provision
No, Senator.
Has the AEC provided advice to Government or the Department of Finance on how to amend the Electoral Act? Thank you, that was easy. I just want to ask now of the Commonwealth Electoral Act in relation to the reimbursement of Section 298 of the Commonwealth. And could the AEC provide an overview of those conditions, and what advice do you when they are seeking to make a reimbursement claim?
I might ask. Doing that, Senator, by saying that we do run a heavy education campaign for candidates and parties at election time so that they're aware they can apply for those claims and what's included in those claims. And there's a number of categories, and perhaps Ms Reid might talk more.
As the Commissioner mentioned, we have a guidance on our website that sets out some examples of electoral expenditure, but under the Act, under deciding whether to accept or refuse a claim, we must only consider whether the claimed expenditure is electoral expenditure and expenditure has been incurred. So they are the only matters we consider.
Okay. So, well, my understanding independent candidate, a reimbursement needs to be made for an expense incurred by the independent. Section 2, that's the precise wording of the section?
Whether the electoral expenditure
And by the independent candidate. Is there
those particular words are not in that part of the Act.
Yeah.
It's whether the expenditure.
Okay. Is the AEC aware of any instances where third parties or organisations for electoral reimbursement for electoral expenses incurred on behalf?
Not aware specifically. There are a number of arrangements that candidates
to that, and how would such circumstances be treated under the Act? That's fine. Now, the other area I've got, I'm asking the next series of questions on behalf. I must stress, in relation to, and excuse my, I'm renowned, but in August last year, we were advised that I say Elias, but the Elias system for the electoral roll access system, or ERA. So I don't know if you have a preferred.
No, I think.
What was the rationale for the change, may I ask?
The Elias system is a very, very, very old system, steam-driven.
Well, I think that pretty much it was very, very old technology, still using a CD-ROM, so they're very hard. It was very onerous for our staff, very manual process for our staff to transfer the data onto that, and then security of those CD-ROMs not being particularly secured.
Because the feedback I'm getting across the spectrum is that the new system is actually quite clunky and quite hard to use. You know, our offices exist to assist people, and we've often got to do searches through just everything with Smith comes in it. I mean, have you received any feedback in relation to the tools to try and make it a little bit more user?
Assistant Commissioner. We are, I suppose the best way to explain it is iterating the with users. Still in the process of taking on that feedback, so more than happy to take some of that specific where
This
we're
sounds trite, Senator, but our aim is to actually assist. So if
I
it's
know.
not meeting expectations, we will do our very best to try and fix it.
While I've got the conch, may just to assist those who are listening, when the referendum happens later this year, that it will be under similar. There will be a pre-poll voting period, similar to a federal election, and there'll be post
election, Senator. Very similar.
Okay. And the final question, just in terms of the vote, referendum to pass, you need a majority of votes and a majority of states.
Their votes count, though.
They vote first hurdle, but not the second hurdle as such. Okay. Well, I think that's me done. No, I'm just going to double check for the last 3
Senator
minutes.
Colbeck is going to double check for us.
No, I was just going to ask a question that came off the question. And I know from my experience over the years that you were the officers working in the polling booths, and there's a process that you go through. But in the circumstance in the NT where attracted to you Labor, how do you manage that?
We work closely with our partner organisations to make sure. And just to be clear, when I say we're partnering with those organisations, they're not necessarily delivering voting services. They're assisting in engagement, but the AEC remains responsible for delivering the voting services in those remote communities.
You do written on the roll, and you rely on community members
and
to
helping
help you with that. Yeah.
For example, Senator, if I might give you one example, I'm aware of the time, but like Drive Safe NT, it's a Northern Territory government organisation, as they're going out into the and we're trying to enrol people at the same time. It's that sort of activity that makes a difference. So we're very, very critical, and we're spending extra time trying to get that right.
You'd understand how edgy this stuff gets.
Absolutely.
Bias one way or the other.
Thank you. Democracy. AEC and all the officers that have appeared today. We are adjourned. On notice, the answer should be lodged by Friday, the 3rd of March. The committee is adjourned.